plenty of nonsense in between.
Oh, look! Here comes our producer!
Gwynn and Chris starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
Hey, what's happening in San Diego? It is finally a Friday, and it is a Friar Friday at that. We welcome you into Gwynn and Chris Fellow, and Matt Skraby together in our Odyssey Palace studios. Tony Gwynn Jr. is in Los Angeles. Beautiful Dodger Stadium, where tonight the Padres and Dodgers will meet for the third time this season. That's right. They played the two in Korea. Now they start a 3-game series in L.A., and we will have game one for you tonight right here on 97.3 The Fan. After our program, 6 o'clock pregame show with Sam Levitt and 7:10 first pitch tonight. We've got it's a great day. Not only is it day 2 of the Masters, we're keeping an eye on that right now, but our Friar Friday interview, Joe Musgrove, and he's going to join us in about 15 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll have Joe on the program. But even better than that, I have something better than that planned for the show today.
Uh-oh.
Even better than that.
Uh-oh.
If you stay around and you are tuned in the 3:30 segment today, you will hear, among other things, Tony Gwynn Jr. sing.
Many times, too.
Yes, you will.
Yes, you'll hear it many different times. Our countdown will feature some singing today. You will find out about that a little later in the show. Tony, how are things in L.A. today?
Very overcasty today.
Yes, here too.
A little chilly, but this is one of the places I enjoy coming to watch a baseball game. It's got some history that's connected to it, and you get a nice Padre-Dodger matchup. Now, for being honest, these matchups during the regular season have not gone the Padres' way. I remember when I walked in here today, I turned to Dave and I just said, I don't have very many good positive memories about this place. Not enough, at least. The playoff game here is one. A Toddy going big fly out of the stadium here, but it hasn't been all that great coming to this place.
No, and the numbers support that, Tony Gwynn Jr. I looked at it yesterday while Skraby and I were wrapping things up, getting prepared for the start of this series. And if you leave out the Padres winning that playoff series a few years ago, and there's no way to leave it out, we'll never forget it here. But the last 13 years, the Dodgers have won the season series every single time. That is a kind of domination that if I'm a Padre and I'm the Padres, I would like to put an end to that somehow this season. And not only have they lost the season series 13 years in a row, but the overall record in that time, Padres against the Dodgers, Padres are 76 games under 500. So we gotta turn that around, and hopefully it'll start tonight with Michael King on the mound against Yoshi Yamamoto of the Dodgers. Good story in the paper today. Padres feeling very good about things so far this season, Tony, and I think there's a lot of reason to feel good. The fact that they are scoring runs, it hasn't been maybe as consistent as they'd like, but as I pointed out the other day, the Dodgers, the greatest team baseball's ever seen. They've only scored one more run than the Padres have through 15 games. And the Padres are also number 2 in baseball in home runs. And they're number 1 in baseball at putting up big innings, 4 or 5-run innings. So they're scoring runs. They're hitting with runners in scoring position. Starting pitching, by and large, has been great. And the bullpen is still a work in progress. But I just think, even though we like to say it's early, there are a lot of things to like about what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and, we said that in the roundtable yesterday. There's really a lot to like about the team. I know wins and losses isn't – to me, the wins and losses don't align for what we've seen most of the season, right? I mean, the Padres have been in position to win most of these games, and a lack of execution there, maybe a bad walk here has them in the position they're in. And I think they are – the thing that – why I'm encouraged by that is because this team, I think, is capable of doing those things that they haven't done consistently. You know what I'm saying? So I would be. We said it yesterday, and I truly feel like that everybody was being honest. A lot to be encouraged about in the early going of this season. And so when you really break it down, you got 2/3 of the lineup, doing what they need to do. There's just the middle third hasn't gotten going yet. And I think everybody believes that once they get going, and they will get going, you're going to see more consistency in terms of the runs, I think.
This isn't a yearly thing, but it seems like it to a certain extent that we get into the late or middle. We're in the middle of April, for heaven's sakes. We're not even in late April yet. But we get to the middle of April, and somebody somewhere looks at Manny Machado and all of a sudden gets worried that, you know what, this is the year that he's not going to do it. He's only got 2 home runs. He's only got 7 RBIs. He's hitting a paltry 220. He struck out 15 times in 15 games. The shoulder's bothering him. Why do we waste our time with this thought process?
I don't.
Has anybody looked at the back of this guy's bubblegum card? You have, Tony.
Yes.
It's always 30 home runs. It's always 100 RBIs. The batting average might go 260 up to 280. But please, if you want to worry about the bullpen a little bit, because that's still a work in progress, fine. Right. If you want to be concerned that, maybe Jerks and Profar's not going to keep up this pace, if you want to be concerned about this, that, and the other, but stop wasting everybody's time by being worried about Manny Machado. I mean, this guy has done it for well over a decade, and I'm certain he's going to do it again.
Yeah,
right?
I think he is too. I think it's again, at this point, he's earned the right for everybody to chill. It is the fact. Even last year would seem like a bad year for Manny. When you go back and you look at his numbers, they're almost on par with what he does every single year. He might have been a little short in the RBI category, but everything else is right where he normally is. And I don't even know that he was that short in the RBI category. I think he was right at his average at least. And
that's just the last guy that I'm worried about. And plus, he's shown some signs. I mean, the last, 2 games, I think he's gotten 2 hits, back-to-back games. He's gotten extra base hits in those games, and he's doing it in the middle of the field. So I think, and plus I've been kind of seeing some of the work he's doing behind the scenes. I think it's just a matter of time. That shoulder, as shoulder gets healthier, I think his swing is only going to get healthier.
When can we expect to see him? Nobody knows the answer. But when do you kind of get a sense that, he's going to make it and be back at third base, Tony? I mean, are we looking into May probably? Should we just kind of table that for the rest of this month?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think there's a chance that he could be, back out there into this month. I don't know. It's hard to tell because they don't keep that pretty close to the vest, but just based on what you're seeing progression wise, I could see him, out on the field at the end of the month.
Because I got to tell you something, of all of the things I enjoy watching Padre baseball, from hitting to pitching to field to running to everything, watching Manny Machado play third base is way up near the top of the list. That is fun to just watch.
That's fair.
And we all miss it, I mean, every time the ball goes anywhere down near third base, I mean, I'm up the edge of my seat to see what he's going to do. And so it'll be fun when he gets back in there. Right next to him, Ha-Seong Kim. Your thoughts on him through 15 games, Tony? Too early for an overarching evaluation, but he doesn't seem like he's quite right yet.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't seem like he's quite right now. He doesn't have a shoulder that he is trying to get back to 100%, but he just seems a little out of whack a little bit at the plate. I don't, without getting too technical, it just seems like he's not keeping his posture. His body's kind of out of position. And but he's also done some nice things here in that last game. So he may very well be starting to come out of it as well. It's early. Those 2 guys specifically have, last year at least were both key cogs are expected to be key cogs this year. And they've gotten off to a slow start, and I think that's why you've seen the Padres record be right at 500. They don't have everything going on all cylinders, and even when they are fully intact and everybody's swinging the bat well, they don't have a large margin for room for error anyway.
Right.
So,
we talked about that. Yeah.
And so the fact that they are where they are, despite not everybody on all cylinder, I think is encouraging.
I'm encouraged. I think everybody is a little bit after the game on Wednesday. They put it all together in a 10-2 win over the Cubs. I know that the third member of this program, who we've yet to hear from today,
I know it's been
Mr.
quiet.
Skraby over here, he has been prancing.
He must not be paying attention
he's
to
been,
the show.
No, he is. He's been prancing up and down the hallways, ecstatic and thrilled for tonight's game against the Dodgers, because he is smelling a hot streak based on one win on Wednesday. And,
it is very
Skraby of him. But you are really geeked up for this series.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm living and dying so much by every game this year. I know it's been like that in the past, but this year I feel like I'm super excited about every single game because I want to see them get into a groove and win 7 in a row. Why can't they do that? The Royals can do it. Why can't they do it, Chris?
I don't know. It took till September last year to win 4 in a row. So let's just get to that number first, and then we'll worry about 7 in a row. But I would say this, and no matter when it happens, if they were able to come into Los Angeles this weekend, it would be a nice little statement. I mean, if they were able to bring a broom out and sweep a series in LA, something that really hasn't happened in a long, long time, I'd have to look to find the last time that's actually happened. But, an early season little tap on the shoulder to the Dodgers to just remind them that, we plan on being around this year. So I think there's a little added importance. And again, with the schedule the way it is, you don't get to play the Dodgers as much as you used to. So you have to take advantage of the chance when you get it.
I think there should be some excitement about this series. I mean, you get to play. It's still the Dodgers, right? It's still Dodgers Padres. So regardless of how it's fared the last, 13 seasons, I think at least for now, as it starts anew, we all should be excited about it.
Well, I can tell you how big of a game this is. Sam Levitt is in Los Angeles to do the pregame show on site at Dodger Stadium.
Come on now, Sam's up there.
It doesn't get a whole lot bigger than that. So
no, it doesn't.
No.
Not surprised that Sam is up here in LA.
He's
getting
there,
ready to give you all access as per usual.
That's right. You will get it all, and we will give everything to you before he comes on at 6:00. As I said, really good 4-hour show planned today. Joe Musgrove is going to join us in less than 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Our countdown in the 3:00 hour is a really funny and good one today, so make sure you're around for that. The Daily Gambit, Chris versus the Fans, the Big Five. It is Friar Friday, and it is Dodger Padre Friday. Doesn't get a lot better than that. Glad you're with us, Gwynn and Chris on 97.3 The Fan.
Never
2:18 on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matt Skraby. Friar Friday often brings the goods. Today's guest on Friar Friday, none other than the Padres starter Joe Musgrove, joins us right now here on Gwynn and Chris. Joe, how are you today, my friend?
Gentlemen, what's going on? Before we get started, I just want to bring something to your attention. I don't know if Skraby mentioned anything to you guys, but his name is not being held in very high regard in the Padre clubhouse right now. He gave a lot of dudes in here the cold shoulder yesterday, and some guys just aren't happy about it. So
Cold shoulder yesterday or the other day.
We've
What?
heard about that.
It's
We've
walking by
funny
guys,
you mentioned that,
you know.
Joe. It's funny you mentioned that because he said yesterday that he was in the area and he made reference to the fact that he didn't actually say hi. And I asked him, I was like, hey man, you were on the field and you actually didn't say hi to Joe while you were down. So apparently it wasn't just you. It was a lot more than just you.
It seems like it, man. You know, sad.
That's terrible.
You have no
Skraby.
idea how much I'm crawling out of my skin right now. But
Grave, I'm messing with you, dude. You know what's funny, dude, is my mom actually called me yesterday. She loves the show. She listens to you guys daily. So she called me and she goes, I know you're going on the show tomorrow. You got to give Skraby some trash talk and wear him out a little
I
bit.
love it.
They were joking about it, but we love you, Skraby.
all right, thanks.
I'm just
Thank
kidding,
you
dude.
very much.
That would be hilarious if
That's
Manny
awesome.
Machado and Fernando Tatis were over in the corner going, can you believe that guy won't even come over and say hi
I'm
to us?
just trying to stay out of the way, okay? I'm just trying to stay out of the way. But thank you for that. That was great. That was
Very
great.
good.
Yeah.
Very good.
So what's going on, guys?
I don't know.
You
Go,
know,
Tony.
you're on the show. I guess we should be asking you questions as opposed to the other way around. So, you guys come here to Dodger Stadium. This place has not been very good to this ball club, this organization, in quite some time. I mean, obviously it's early in the season, Joe, but I would imagine that you guys are tired of coming in here and getting your butts whooped.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is, brought to the surface by the fans and, the excitement of the series and whatnot. But, I just feel like we feel like a different team this year mentally. We feel like we're very confident and secure in the work that we've been putting in and where we're at as a group. So coming in here, it has a little bit different of a feeling. We just feel really good about where we're at and taking care of our business.
Joe, can you be a little more specific on some of the things that you're seeing from this ball club 15 games in that makes you believe, maybe you personally and the team believe that this season is going to be a whole lot more different than things turned out last year?
Yeah, I think just the overall engagement from the group as a whole, starting with Schulte, he's laid out a really good foundation for how things are going to go this season. He's put the right people in place. The staff has been incredible. They're here hours before any of us prepping and getting things ready, always available to us. And guys are taking more ownership of their routines. There's a little bit more freedom in there to kind of create your own routine and do what you want. We have, daily sessions of these guys breaking down the game and, talking about where we can be better, definitely celebrating the good things. But, a lot of that comes from Schulte and his program from the top down. So it's been really good. On the pitching side, Ruben and Fritz and Petey that put together our reports and do the day-to-day stuff with us. They're dialed in. Everything's been running smooth. So I think now we're starting to settle into the regular routine after the trip to Korea and getting into the flow of the season. Things are going to continue to get sharper as we go.
I actually ran into Joe this morning, and it should be to nobody's surprise. He was already studying his next opponent. And Joe, for you kind of gotten off to a little bit of a slow start there the first couple. I mean, just talk about the difficulties. And I know you're not here to make excuses, but again, having to try to set yourself up. You're going to Korea. You're coming back home. The season's kind of pausing. Then you're kind of ramping back up again for your next start. Was it difficult, even though you kind of knew what was ahead of you and you were actually healthy this year? Was it still difficult kind of getting yourself where you wanted to be, though?
Yeah, I mean, I think physically just getting there, mentally I felt really good about it. We were aware of this trip for a long time, so I had time to prepare, and you try to create your routine to be, ready a little bit sooner in the year. But, sometimes you just don't get the response from your body that you're hoping for. And, you haven't had the reps, to get the feel right and get everything dialed in. That's at least personally for me. So I feel good about it. I, mentally learned a lot from it. I learned a lot I learned a lot about, how impactful your self-talk is. There's a lot of hesitation going to that series for me, especially with the big layoff and, just a lot of questions. So, I feel like I learned a lot from it. And I feel like as we go here and get more consistent routine, I'm gonna start to sharpen up.
Joe Musgrove is with us. It's Friar Friday. We are always ecstatic to have Joe on. And Joe, this weekend you're not scheduled to start. So what is this weekend like for you? Tony said you're already preparing for Monday in Milwaukee. Can you over prepare for anybody? And is it nice sometimes to just have a weekend where you know you're not going to play, or is that trouble for you?
I mean, honestly, the most stressful days are the days between starts. Game day is your easiest day. I don't show up to the field until 3:30 on a game day, and it's pretty much just get ready to go pitch, and you get to go have fun. So it's these are the more stressful days for me throughout the the week between starts. But I love it, man. That's what I enjoy about it. Like Tony said, looking at film, that pretty much starts. And for Darvish, it's even another level. We'll finish a game on the road and we're on the bus to the airport, and he's already got the next team's footage up, and every flight he's on film. That guy he obsesses over it. But it does. I mean, for both of us, I feel it creates a lot of confidence in your game and gives you the ability to go out and trust your pitches when you know where the holes are. So a lot of that stuff, and then a lot of physical work, throwing our bullpens, getting our lifts in, doing all the stuff to physically be ready conditioning wise. So yeah, a lot more work going on between starts than the actual game day. That's kind of the light day and the fun day for us.
San Diego's own Joe Musgrove joins us here on Gwynn and Chris. And Joe, one of the things I've heard you speak about was trying to differentiate your curveball and the slider. It kind of has blended a little bit according to you. Talk a little bit about that process, because obviously you go to the off season, you have the time to kind of dissect it a little bit, but does that work continue on through the regular season as you get more and more starts under your belt?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm really happy with where the slider's at right now. I'm not, quite satisfied with my ability to locate it consistently like I could the old shape of my previous slider. And I used it a lot differently, the type of swings I can get and the counts that I can throw in it, because it's, more of a depthy slider and doesn't have as much carry off the plate. It tends to stay, in the zone and look like a hittable pitch a little bit longer. So I'm just kind of learning the ways of this thing, but I feel really good with it. I'm getting consistent action on it. Finally, I'm starting to be able to trust it to, the locations I'm going to. So, I feel like I'm pitching a bit safe with it at times. I'm not as aggressive attacking in the zone with it, which I can be better at. I feel like I'm good with that with the curveball going in zone and out of zone, but that's going to continue to sharpen up. I'm working on it, daily out here. So I'm going to start to see some results soon.
Joe, I know that pitching is a bit of a fraternity in the sense that, you probably know a lot of these guys, not just your ball club, but others. And when you see the injuries to Spencer Strider, and then you see Valdez go on the 15 and Josiah Gray on the 15. And I mean, there's so many names, Garrett Cole coming back. Are you at all concerned as a starting pitcher about all of these injuries? I mean, I don't know how to fix all of this, but does it enter your mind at all? I mean, right now the Padres are pretty healthy, which is a good thing, but the rest of the division, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, the way guys are throwing the ball now, I mean, it's max effort, max intent. The pitches are breaking more than they ever have. They're faster than they ever have been. There's a lot of things that are contributing to the injuries. I don't know what it is. The pitch clock, the sticky stuff, and all the different ideas are probably a piece of it and a factor of it. I think mechanics are a big factor of it as well. But yeah, I don't know. There's not an answer to it, but you know what you're signing up for. It's a big risk you take. You get paid a lot of money to do, to do this for a living, and there's a responsibility that comes with it of taking care of your body. And there's plenty of guys that get hurt that do all those things right. So no one knows what's going on, man. You hope it's not you, to be honest.
Joe, I have to ask you. I mean, what is your opinion on that? Max effort versus maybe throttling back a little bit. What is your take on it?
I mean, I think it's all about efficiency. If your body moves properly and you put yourself in good positions, it's hard to not go out there and try to throw as hard as you can. You're competing against the best hitters in the world, so I'm going to give you everything I have. I'm not going to hold anything back. It's very hard to manage that as a starter. Obviously, you have to do it. You're obviously not going max effort every single pitch of the game, but you find spots in there to kind of dial it up a little bit, but you try to ultimately just raise your cruising speed, and like the level at which you can maintain for 100 plus pitches. So relievers are a little different. They can come out and kind of blow it out for an inning, and hopefully you're in that 10 to 13 pitch range. but yeah, you see it relievers even as innings go on and they get longer. Some guys tend to lose their stuff and fade. It's all conditioning and preparation, and I think the mental aspect of going into it. As a minor leaguer, you're hardly allowed over 7 innings and 100 pitches ever. So you get to the big leagues and you're just kind of trained and ingrained that this is where I start hitting the red line. So
Joe, last thing.
A lot of it could be mental, but yeah, that's it. Go ahead.
I think we've had confusion on when to jump in the past, because I think Skraby made a promo out of it one time and it was pretty funny. Last thing for me, you're not pitching today or this weekend, but can you just give us as fans just a little idea what the scouting report is on the Dodgers? I mean, the big bad Dodgers. I mean, what just the general without being too specific and giving anything away?
Yeah, I mean, they control the zone really well. They don't get into, bad counts often. And I think they thrive on the fear of the power in their lineup of getting ahead in counts and, letting pitchers work from behind and getting better and better pitches to hit throughout the night. So the key with us has always been to attack them, get ahead, control the counts. Statistically, they're a significantly, better team when they get in control of counts and they're working from advantage counts. So for us, it's get ahead, stay ahead, and then put them away when you have them at 2 strikes. We're trying to limit the 2-strike hits and the free bases.
You guys just got some jewels there from Joe. You can now have a little bit of idea of what's going on when the Padre pitchers are facing this Dodger lineup. Joe, as always, man, you're a wealth of knowledge. We appreciate you coming on and spending some time with us, man.
Always enjoy it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Joe.
Joe Musgrove there on Friar Friday, giving you the goods, if you will, about this upcoming series against the Dodgers.
And getting Skraby to basically swallow his tongue. I mean, that was hilarious.
I'm not speechless often. I thought I did something wrong. I thought I sat in some chair.
Goodness, that was
Tony
classic.
pointed at me. Tony, did you know that was about to happen?
I did.
Oh my
God. That was an awesome.
Tony,
that was an awesome get, guys.
It was. I immediately look at Tony and he's cracking up. I'm like, he's behind some of this.
That was
well
awesome.
done.
Yeah. So he explained it to you. His mom was listening, and it was perfect. It was perfect. He knew. He kind of alerted me he was gonna give you some business today. So
well, I'm definitely next time I'm down there going to be walking up to him and shaking his hand and introducing myself.
If it means anything to you, Skraby, you're not really a member of the baseball fraternity until somebody has played some sort of little prank on you.
Very true.
So
I'll take
Very
it.
true.
You
I'll
should.
take
You're
it.
just an outsider until
That's
then.
right.
My friend just texted me, OMG. So, anyway, that was great.
Very good.
Good stuff. All right, we gotta get to break. When we return, Mike Schilt joined Ben and Woods this morning. We'll have some of that sound for you here on Gwynn and Chris.
Ben and
Hey, Chrisella, for my friends at Spiro's, the great Mediterranean. right, we are underway and feeling good on a Friar Friday. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr. in Los Angeles. Padres and Dodgers coming up a little later on this evening. Matt Skraby still shaking over here to my left after Joe Musgrove made him think that he had drawn the ire of the Padres clubhouse by being very Skraby-like, which is, not being friendly, not talking to people, not saying hello to anybody.
There's a reason for that, Chris.
I mean, Matt Skraby.
I'm very nervous when I walk in that room.
No, I mean, that's ridiculous. Matt Skraby trying to big time the San Diego Padres.
You should be ashamed of yourself,
That's
Skraby.
That's uncalled for, and Joe Musgrove was right to
call you out on
critical of you.
I was like,
called you to the carpet, buddy.
And this is a sad thing, but I was like, what is he going to choose from? Was it when I ignored him, or was it when
you did so many things wrong that you didn't know which one he was going to pick?
Was it that my Tyler Wade interview
He had
was
multiple
ruined?
options.
He had
apparently.
multiple options. Joe Musgrove, always great having him on the show. If you missed any part of it, 97.3thefansd.com or the Odyssey app. Of course, you can enjoy the program on YouTube. You should know that by now. But if you don't, search for 97.3 The Fan. You can watch the proceedings. I got a couple of things, guys. One is something that was really good, and then the other was kind of a negative. Where do you want me to go? Which one do you want to start with? Scrape?
What are we talking about?
Yeah,
we're talking my
subject?
personal experiences from the end of
okay.
last night's show to the beginning of this one.
Let's go negative first.
Yeah.
Negative. Woke up, got in the car today. The emergency light was on, and
Your car is new.
I know. It turned out that it was the tires pressure needed to be checked.
That's not big.
It had gone all. It's big because there's a big nail in my tire.
Okay.
And I'm not pleased by that. And the tires.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. I don't know if you're a tire person out there. Maybe you can help me with a little advice. I got brand new tires. I looked up got the receipt out, and of course I bought them 1 year and 1 month ago. And I'm just worried that it's a 1 year warranty. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really hoping that
it's usually.
You think I'll get
whenever
a little,
I buy
little
tires,
grace period?
it's like a mileage thing, like 60,000
mileage
miles or
well,
whatever.
It's time or mileage.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I think it's usually whichever comes first, whichever benefits them the most.
Are these the dealership tires?
They are.
Oh, okay.
So I'm hoping they stand behind their product. I'm telling you, dealer out there, my dealership, you better stand behind your product. I'm bringing the car in the morning.
Well, why did you run over that nail?
Yeah, that's my fault. But here's the. Go ahead.
You got to be more careful.
Yes, right. I can't wait for Lori to tell me that. Honey, you got to watch. Like, yeah, right. You can see every nail in the roadway. She'll say it though. Don't you put it past her. Here's the cool thing that happened last night. Hats off rather to my Thursday night softball team, the One Hit Wonders. That's our name. I don't talk much about our softball except when you get a game like this. It's co-ed league, but we played a team last night that takes things far too serious, right? One of those teams, like taking out our girl second baseman on a double play, like stuff that we're almost getting ready to start fights on, and just screaming and yelling. And
Are you kidding me?
It was really annoying. Anyway, what was more annoying was that they were leading us 20-8 going into the bottom of the last inning. We hung a 14 spot on them and beat their behinds.
Chris almost went somewhere else.
Congrats. Thanks to, I think it was Jason, our slugger, provided the walk-off blow.
Wow.
And we scored 14. And we kind of got together before the last at bat. And we said, you know what, guy, we never win a game like this. We're down by 12. But if we ever were going to do it, this would be the team to do it against. Yeah. And then it happened. So we're pretty excited.
Were there any trash talking from you towards them after?
Me personally?
No, well, the team.
The only thing I said was when we got the walk-off home run is that we should really celebrate and jump up and down a little extra. And one of the guys on our team said, no, let's handle it, with class. And I said, since when did we start doing that?
Exactly.
Come on. Let's rub it in a little bit.
Wonders.
Let's rub it in a little bit. So that was nice. Good job by those guys, our guys. All right, we are rolling along here. Mike Schilt was on the morning show with Ben and Woods. And thought a few things that he talked about that I thought you'd enjoy listening. First up, how he and the Padres are approaching this series against a Dodger team that, as we pointed out earlier, Tony and I, has given the Padres a lot of problems and everybody problems.
Yeah, I mean, we can't ignore the fact it's a rival. There's competition. We're right down the road. Yeah, I mean, we can't ignore that. We won't even try to ignore it. We'll actually embrace it. But personally, and we just play baseball, man. We're going to play regardless of who shows up on the schedule, and we're going to prepare to win the game regardless of who's on the schedule. We're going to compete again regardless of who the opponent is, and we're going to respect our opponent, and we're not going to make it any bigger than it is. Yeah, was it going to have a little more different energy playing in LA, in that stadium, and clearly we know and respect what they've been able to accomplish, but I think it's a real trap to make it anything bigger than it is, and it's really about how we compete. And if you look up at the end of the night, and we get after it for the whole entire game, and we have good offensive at bats and handle our situations and execute and play clean defensively and throw strikes and make our pitches. At the end of the day, we'll feel pretty good about being able to shake hands, and that's what our goal is every game against any opponent.
I think that's pretty much really the way players and managers and teams go about it all the time, Tony.
Yeah.
But we fans certainly don't go about it that way, right? I mean, to us, it's a little extra special playing the Dodgers. And, we've been licking our wounds here for a long time. We said, I'm not going to say it again, but 13 years is a long stretch of losing a season series. So, I'd love to see the Padres get it turned a little bit this year. And, just tap the Dodgers on the shoulders this weekend and remind them that we're here.
I think overall, from a team standpoint, you have to kind of look at it the way that Mike is looking at it, right? You kind of have to compartmentalize it. But I'm sure, and we know that because we just heard from Joe. They know what's up. They certainly don't like coming in here and getting whooped. And so, regardless of whether the team idea is we're gonna lace them up and go out here and play no matter who's on the schedule. They all know that there's a little bit of a little more oomph to this series with the Dodgers versus what it was with the Giants, or what it was against the Cardinals or Cubs for that matter. It's a little different. Yeah,
and we're going to talk about it, I think, a little later in the Big Five, because I looked ahead at Skraby's notes. But the fact that the schedule is different now in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, you really only get to go to LA. After this, you won't get to go to LA again until who knows when, right? August, September. You don't have the same number of games against your divisional foes as you used to have. And so I think it makes every game feel a little bit more important. All right, here's a subject I'm curious to get your take on too, Tony. Fernando Tatis getting brushed back the other day. He hit the home run. What was it, Monday night? I think in the comeback, and he had been thrown it. Yeah, I don't want to say that he was moved off the plate before he hit that home run. Get brushed back on Wednesday. I get this from people. I think you do too, Skraby. That we, as the Padres, all of a sudden these people put themselves on the roster, but we don't retaliate enough. And I don't know that where that stands with Mike Schilt. So here's what he said about Fernando getting brushed back.
Yeah, I think I don't know what they show during the games. I don't go back and watch the games. They don't need to show me ever. But I've said my piece. I'm not going to run the field and start throwing blows yet. But I think I made it pretty clear in some circles. That we're not going to tolerate that. So we'll always defend our guy. But there's different ways that gets done. But there's been some dialogue that allows people to know we don't appreciate it.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, maybe you can clear that up or as best you can, Tony, because I'm quite sure what he's getting at. Is there another area where that he and other teams can kind of have dialogues about this kind of stuff? Or
I mean, listen, I think Schulte is a manager. They talk to each other. They talk to coaches
Okay.
on the staff, and you can send words through different channels now. I mean, for crying out loud, there's a text message. I mean, you definitely, because hey, man, however that goes, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a balance that Mike is very I think sensitive to. I mean, he's had guys in the past that were of the ilk of Fernando, and you want to protect those guys. But I think also he recognizes that is how teams have to pitch them if they want to have any success in getting him out. They gotta pitch him in. They gotta make him uncomfortable so they can throw that slider off the plate. When it's becomes dangerous or when it becomes something that is of concern, trust me, Mike Schill is going to he's going to be yelling it from across the other dugout, or he's going to do it a more diplomatic way and do it through other channels. And so that's just kind of how this game goes. As he said, he is there are ways that those things get handled, whether people like it or not, that kind of nip things in the bud, so to speak.
Do you personally, Tony, watching as much, everybody, do you think the Padres get the short end here? I mean, I don't feel that way. I mean, I don't know that every inside pitch, I don't know that every inside pitch deserves, a ball at somebody's head.
No, it doesn't.
So you have to be able to, pick your spots, right?
It doesn't. You got to pick your spots. You know what helps in picking your spots? Either being really bad or being really good in terms of wins and losses. Like when you're getting your butt kicked every night, you don't care about wins and losses, so you can take more risk. When you're really good, you have some room for error to kind of make these decisions a little more quickly, if you will.
Yeah.
But when you kind of can't afford to, when you have no or little room for error, margin for error, you got to be more strategic in when you go about those type of things.
Well, I get this question too. Do you get it more than I do a lot, Skraby, too?
About the throwing at guys?
Yes. I feel like people are concerned about this, and I don't know why they are.
I feel like I used to get that question a lot more.
Okay.
Well, I think they know what you're going to say at this point, which is, because you've shared your opinion so many times on the show.
No, I just think that people, I don't think it's, the Padres are viewed in the same light that they used to be viewed in, which is that you could just walk all over them. I think that perception has changed a little bit, which is why, I don't think people feel the need to ask that question as much. But certainly in terms of Toddy, you got to, as Mike said, you got to handle it the way you got to handle it.
I think the one at bat last year that people wanted everyone to go nuts was when Manny took it in the back. He took the fastball by the Pirates pitcher.
Pirates guy, yeah.
And Manny got he dropped the bat because it obviously hurt.
Yeah, it got him good.
And I think that's where people are kind of upset that there wasn't any sort of energy towards defending him.
The problem in today's game is that, especially now in the National League, is that everybody wanted the DH. Part of the thing that prevented pitchers from hitting guys in the National League is because they had to pick up a bat, and they knew it, which is why there was less of it happening in terms of, guys throwing at guys or getting too funny with going up and in, right? Because they knew, man, I'm going to have to pick up this bat, and, I'm going to be subject to the same treatment, when I get that bat. Now pitchers don't have to ever hit. So there's less repercussion or I should say self evaluating for pitchers as there was before.
I would say that is an excellent point times 10. Because, I mean, honestly, think about it. If you're a pitcher, you're like, am I going to hit this guy? Because when I go up to bat, it's going to hurt. You're going to think twice. Yeah, and there's no reason to think twice now if you're a pitcher.
Now listen, bullpen guys are a little bit different, right? Because they may not ever hit.
Right.
But certainly starters that were doing it, we had less of it because they eventually had to grab that bat and stand in that box.
You got it, Tony. Good call.
Anthony on the chat, who we met at Skraby tonight, says, or that time Joe Kelly threw at Tatis and called him the B word. I do remember that.
Yeah, Joe Kelly's
That was
well
a
liked
little,
around here.
That was a little much.
You wanted to run out of the
much.
stands on that one.
I was ready. I
All
think
right.
I don't even remember when that happened. If it was in Korea, I was ready to fly there.
I've heard on good a good source that Joe Kelly is the type of person that although he appears to be, skinny, is like a maniac. And will fight his own teammates if he has to.
Well, that does
Like-
not surprise me.
My man is not. I don't think he's all there. So
Well, I don't disagree with you.
And-
Tony
and
has
guess
that
what?
on excellent authority.
Yes.
And guess what? He certainly wasn't gonna have to pick up a bat either. So
Yeah.
That's true.
I don't
Someone
know.
needs to just plunk him anyway.
This story just popped down. Some 21-year-old third baseman playing in Double-A for the Brewers got hit in the face by a 94-mile-per-hour fastball the other night, and he has multiple facial fractures. Interesting that story just came up, and we're talking about all this. Got to be careful out there. All right, hour number 2 of Gwynn and Chris includes the Daily Gambit, also includes our countdown today. If you've never heard Tony Gwynn Jr. sing, do not miss it. It's coming up on 97.3 The Fan.
Eat on all things sports.
Yes!
With plenty of nonsense in between.
Oh, look! Here comes our fearless producer!
Gwynn and Chris starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
Into the 3 o'clock hour we go. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matt Skraby here. Chavez Ravine, Dodger Stadium, Padres, Dodgers, old school 7:05 start again. And I got to tell you, I didn't like the last 7:05 start we got. I felt like we got home. It was super late. I was like already like in the bedtime area. I've come accustomed to the 6:40 start. It makes a little bit of a difference.
You would have never made it in the old days of the 8:05 start, right?
Yeah, no.
We
By
talked about that the other day.
the time I was of age, 7:35 was like an ESPN start time, and then you had the 7:05 for regular start time.
I remember when it moved, honestly, from 8:05 to 7:30. There were people complaining about it, especially in Los Angeles, because people are like, I can't get there from work at 7:30.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
now those days are long gone.
I'm watching Adam. Adam put up Joe pranking me on the video on Twitter, and everybody
Your reaction?
Yes, and everybody's reaction. Everybody can see Tony like doing the I got him type of thing. I will retweet it.
How was your reaction?
My reaction is like deer in headlights.
I gotta tell you, you hit it pretty good. I know you were terrified underneath, but you didn't look terrified on camera. So you did a good job of not looking like you saw a ghost or something.
Thank you, because I was felt like I was as tall as Allen Iverson's statue outside of the practice facility.
Speaking of which, oh my gosh, AI! I hope that this is like they're gonna do a real statue for him, like by the stadium, because this little bad boy here is. I thought it was a joke at first, and I know that he probably had seen the renderings, but can you imagine if he hadn't seen the renderings of this? And then they revealed this little tiny statue.
What is that? Wait a minute. Is that a postage stamp or a statue?
I mean, you go across all the stadiums, the arenas, they got these big old lifelike statues, and then AI gets like what was the voice I was doing earlier?
Vin Scully?
No. What's the I'm losing. Never mind. When I remember it, I'll bring it back up. Okay. But man,
suffice to say, the statue is like half his size. like they made a 3-foot statue of Allen Iverson, who's already not the biggest NBA player of all time.
No, it literally
doing
looks like he could pick it up and put it over his shoulder and take it home with him.
Yeah, it's all the statues apparently I'm just reading are around the same size, so it's not like they're just doing it to Allen Iverson.
Yeah,
but I do think it's funny that's in front of the
that's on you. That's
facility.
On you, city of Philadelphia. Then come on, the Lakers do their statues right out there at the Crypto.com arena. Those statues look impressive.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
That's what a statue's supposed to.
I'm glad you brought that up, Skraby, because that was I thought that was kind of funny when I saw the initial picture, because in my mind I had it. Tony Gwynn statue, the Kobe Bryant statue, like they're all like huge.
Yeah.
Trevor Hoffman's
usually bigger than you are.
And then so when I saw him like putting his hand on the statue's head and like he was like gripping the whole head, I was like, oh, that thing is kind of tiny.
His hands grow?
Rinky dink.
All right, we got a little daily gambit. Let's get to it.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo!
If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit.
Skraby.
Sports Mix segment, Gwynn Chris.
It was the Hobbit. That's what I thought of when I saw.
You were doing that off the air. You were being Gollum.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
That is a little, tiny, like no meat on the bones character.
Yeah.
That's what the statue looks like.
Yeah.
That's what it reminded me.
No,
of.
But Tony during the break was like,
He was doing
and
that.
we're like, what is going on with Tony?
I didn't understand what he was doing.
I was like, okay.
It was
has
foreshadowing.
lost it, everybody. He
It was
has lost it.
foreshadowing.
Daily Gambit, Daily Sports Betting segment. Please gamble responsibly, everyone. And let's see. Let's start
Be more
with
responsible than the Dodgers.
Oh, let's talk about him real quick.
The Dodgers interpreter who today checked right into jail, did he not?
Yes, he checked in.
He checked out too.
Oh, he checked
did.
out
Yeah,
already?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's right. He just posted bond $25K.
Doesn't
No, I
seem
don't know
like
if he's
a
checked
big
out
bond.
yet. Does that mean he's checked out?
Yes. It
Where
says
does-
he's released.
Where does he? No, but it says
Shohei Ohtani, Ipe Mizuhara released on $25,000 bond after turning himself into feds.
Gotcha. Who gave him the 25K?
That's a great question.
He might have had it stashed.
Just had that hanging around just in
Man.
case he got arrested.
I mean, my man had a whole like file on his gambling, so he might have stashed some money away. It might have been in like the Caymans or something.
There's the Caymans.
Tony's running a racket outside this show, evidently.
I mean,
It's,
all the Law and Order shows. That's where everybody sends their money to Cayman Islands.
That's
man.
true. That's
got a
true.
wire.
Or a Swiss bank or something like that.
I just hope Shohei didn't cut him a check. That would probably be bad form at this point.
Ooh, yes, that would be bad.
Yeah.
So I read some of the report, and I picked up on some of the text messages that were sent between the bookie and I should say bookmaker, as it was officially titled in the report. But the bookmaker and Ipe, here's one of the text conversations. The bookmaker texted him. Mizuhara texted the bookmaker, "Have you seen the reports?" Bookmaker texted back, "Yes, but that's all BS. Obviously, you didn't steal from him. I understand it's a cover job." Mizuhara responded, "Technically, I did steal from him. It's all over for me." Also,
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that.
it is all over
It's
for him.
all over for me.
But I'm not going to hold on to conspiracy anymore. I said it a million times yesterday. I don't think Shohei Ohtani's guilty. I do think it's interesting that the bookie says, obviously you didn't steal from him. I understand it's a cover job. And Ipe says, technically, I did steal from him, which makes me think there's something up.
Fed said no. That's all I needed to hear.
I just want to clear one thing up. The latest story I have, as of 2/11, says he appeared in court Friday and had his bond set at $25,000. And then it just says an arraignment is scheduled for May 9th. It says he is in federal custody after surrendering to law enforcement.
What time was
So
your
did you guys
article?
read something that says he's out?
What time was your article?
2:11. That's an hour
Oh,
ago.
good. Mine's 2:19. So there.
Okay. Well, maybe he got out 8 minutes later.
8 minutes later.
I just want to make sure if we say he's running free out there that he's actually running free.
Yeah,
I think Chris is right. It says, I know the ESPN's last thing says his bond is set at 25.
I don't know. It says released on Yahoo Sports.
Well,
Okay, well there you go.
there you go.
Other than this, I guess we'll update as it goes on. But this is pretty much, I guess, in the past now for us.
Did you guys see?
He says disappointingly.
It's a very long 3 weeks that they took to investigate this whole thing.
It's only been 3 weeks that we had knowledge of it, Skraby.
But-
They could have been investigating for who knows how long at
Investigating
this point.
Shohei, like he found out when
Scraby
we
wants-
found out.
Scraby wants
Scraby
Shohei to be.
No, I never said that, and I said he didn't do anything wrong. I'm just saying it's very quick to be like, "Hey,
You
this
keep
guy's
saying
innocent.
that he didn't do
said
anything
so."
wrong, followed by the word "but." So that tells me that you are really not sold
Exactly.
on the fact that he didn't do
But-
anything wrong.
You guys see Bad Bunny's doing some bad things in the agency world too, apparently.
Oh no, what's happening now?
His agency is which
About to be sanctioned.
Oh,
Major League Baseball Players Association, improper
They've been
benefits provided to players.
they've been
Boy.
accused of offering cars and different deals to players for them to change agencies.
Oh, I would do that.
It's illegal. You can't. Well, it's illegal.
I would take the car. Is that illegal? I'm not offering the car, but I'm just taking the car.
I should say it's not illegal law-wise. You can't do it. It's one of the rules of the Major League Players Association. You can't do that.
My best guess is they're probably not offering them Ford Escorts either.
Nah.
Probably
like
nice rides.
Never mind. I'm not.
Something like a Lambo,
program.
maybe.
A Lambo.
It's a family program. I'm not going to say my joke. All right.
Good.
Daily Gambit. Last night, the Warriors, 13-point favorites over the Portland Trailblazers, and Chris and I chose the Warriors. We were both wrong. Warriors did win, but they won 100-92.
I know. I was praying they lost. It was such a close game. The Warriors don't know.
Oh, the Warriors. Yes.
Right now, Lakers, Warriors, Kings,
all time,
all dead. Same record with 2 games remaining. So you could finish
Lakers
anywhere from the 8 to 9
and
to the
teams
10.
need to go 1-1.
That's what you need?
Yes.
Okay. 8, 9, or 10 seed is still up for grabs there.
Trevor in the chat says about the bond. Typically, I pay 10% of bond to bail out. And Anthony says, dang, how often you bailing out, bro?
Yeah, typically. So
and that is true.
So Trevor doesn't always pay 10%.
So it really
sometimes no, you're right. I believe at bonds you can get King.
It's 10%.
I think King Stallman's bail bonds will get you out for 10% of it.
Unfortunately, there was a point in time where I had to call that place.
You
We
did
won't talk about that time. Cade Cunningham on the other side. Never mind. Let me just move forward because now I feel really awkward that I just admitted that on the radio, and I'm a much better person now. Cade Cunningham, Detroit Pistons point guard, over under 22.5 points last night. Tony was all about it. He said over, I said over, Chris said over, and Tony and Chris were spot on with their analyses. 36 points from Cade Cunningham. Then Steph Curry over under 4.5.
Excuse me, but I believe you're the bearer of misinformation.
How did he not have?
I don't even think he played. So I think the bet was a washout. I think you're looking at somebody else completely different.
He's a Detroit Pistons guard, right?
Yeah. Look at the box score from the Bulls and Pistons last night. I believe it says Cade Cunningham did not play. So I don't know where you got 36 points from, but I would like to go to your. I would like to go to your sports book.
Out money for
yes,
free.
I would like to collect my winnings on a guy that didn't even take his warm up off.
Where did I find that?
I don't know.
I appreciate that, though, Skraby.
I didn't make it up.
Well, apparently you did.
No, I think you did. No, I think that's exactly what you did.
I gotta go find this.
No, you don't. Don't waste everybody's time.
He said I didn't make it up.
I didn't. I saw 36 points, and I was like, man, Tony knows what he's talking about. I think I might take some more advice from Tony about basketball. Steph Curry over under 4.5 threes. This has been a weird 90 minutes of the 75 minutes of the show. I was pranked by Joe Musgrove, and now I picked up random stats and just said them. Steph Curry over under 4.5 threes last night. Chris said over. Tony and I said under, and Chris was correct. He had 5 threes last night.
I'm gonna have to, Chris, is that correct? We just got to check all of these now.
I did double check that one.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good to know.
Then Michigan, the hockey team, they were in the Frozen Four against Boston College. And Boston College, we all chose Michigan because Jake Cronenworth loves Michigan, so we were more betting with our heart instead of our head.
Indeed.
Boston College won 4-rock.
4-rock. Boston College will play Denver for the college hockey championship this weekend. If you're a hockey fan, might want to tune in. I believe Denver won in overtime against Boston University. So they're down to the final 2. Tonight we have the Lakers 15 over Memphis. At Memphis, Lakers, as Tony pointed out, need these games.
Need it.
I'll let you go first, Tony. You don't have to bet. You should. It's been very effective for you when you've had no wager.
No, we got to bet on this one.
Well, this one you're going in.
Yeah. Come on, Lakers.
Minus 15.5. That's a lot. Skraby, it's at Memphis, by the way. I saw Marcus Sol got his number retired the other day. Thought that was interesting. Yeah, by the Memphis franchise. He wasn't better than Pau Gasol, was he?
I don't think so.
I mean, I don't know. Did Pau get his number retired also, didn't he? With the Lakers? I think he did.
Pau got it retired with the Lakers for sure.
Right, yeah. So they both have their number retired in different arenas. Pretty good for those guys.
I'm going to go with Lakers.
Lakers. I'll take Memphis. This is just too many points for a home team. Lakers need to win and will win, but 15.5. Golden State 4 over New Orleans at Golden State. Skraby.
Golden State 4 over New Orleans.
Last night I saw New Orleans go on a 22-0 run against Sacramento in 3 minutes and 6 seconds of game time.
Come on, New Orleans. I need you on this one, baby.
Did you hear that? A
Um,
22-0 run in 3 minutes and 6 I know he wasn't. 22-0 run in 3 minutes and 6 seconds.
Is that good? Just kidding. Just kidding. No, that is pretty good. And it's good coming from New Orleans, you know? I'm going to go with my guy Zion and pick the Pelicans.
Oh, your guy, huh?
Your guy.
I've never criticized him once in my life.
Warriors are going to keep the heat on the Lakers. I'll take the Warriors. Tony, Pelicans.
Let's go, Pels.
The Pels.
Pels.
And Sacramento's in action as well. They're home to Phoenix.
Ooh, come on, Suns.
Phoenix favored by 4.5 on the road. I'll take Phoenix to help you out, Tony.
Come on.
Although Sacramento
Phoenix
lost at home last night.
How about 2 of them?
2 in a row. Tony's going Phoenix. Skraby?
I like Demonis Sabonis. I'm going
You
Sacramento.
do. Does he still have a streak going? The double doubles? I'd have to look that up. But he had the second longest streak in NBA history behind Wilt Chamberlain,
who had like 150 more.
Yeah, Wilt was so far out there. I don't know where I come up with this stuff. UC Irvine at UC San Diego, college baseball tonight. The Anteaters are favored by 1.5 over the Tritons. Tritons are tough. I'm taking them plus the 1.5. Tony, you want to bet on the college baseball tonight?
I'm going to go Irvine.
UCI. Skraby?
The Anteater has a nose that kind of looks like a bat, so I'm gonna go with that.
That was about the craziest
Anteater has a long
way
nose.
to arrive at a decision I've ever heard.
It looks like a bat.
Yeah,
I got Tony.
I don't get that one. Yamamoto tonight, 4.5 strikeouts over under.
It's called pivoting right there.
Yeah.
Skraby, you're first. Yamamoto, 4.5 Ks is his over under.
You know, I don't have stats to prove this, but I don't feel like the Padres have been striking out as much as they have in the past.
Okay.
I'm going to say, I think he'll get like 5. I'll say over.
You're going to say over. I think you can get 5. I mean, hopefully the Padres will get him out of the game really early, but 5's not that many for a guy of his caliber. Tony?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
That's okay. Yamamoto's 4.5 strikeouts, over or under tonight against the Padres.
I'm going to say over.
We're all going over there. Okay. We're good.
Ipe taking the Anteaters, Diesel said. So, I don't think I'll ever get tired of those jokes, though. That's for sure.
Is it me?
It's you.
All right. Let's step away, take a break, have a little traffic. More Gwynn and Chris.
We need a break.
From the
All right, the Dodgers have fired the first salvo of the weekend. They posted their lineup before the Padres did. Welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. 3:24 is the time. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr. is in L.A. Game 1 of the series, Padres-Dodgers tonight. Sammy Levitt is also in L.A. for the pregame show at 6:05. Tony and Jesse at 7:05. Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman. That is a pretty good first three for sure. Will Smith, Max Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez, James Outman, Chris Taylor, Gavin Lux. Padre lineup still to come, at least as far as my sources say. Sometimes Tony gets his stuff. Correct. Mine are okay. Yeah. The Masters, pretty much everybody that's near the leaderboard is done for the day. Turn that up a little bit because you want to make sure you pierce my eardrum with it.
Chris,
thank you.
You can't hear to begin with.
I heard that. Ding, ding, ding.
Pretty soon, Sam Levitt's going to have your ear drums.
6 under par, Max Homa, Bryson DeChambeau. They're in the clubhouse. And still on the course at 6 under par is Scotty Scheffler. He has 5 holes to play. Bunch of other guys. Nikolai, help me, Skraby. Nikolai.
I have to see the name, but I know you're talking about.
Don't know this guy. I have heard of Colin Morikawa, 3 under. Cameron Davis, 3 under.
What's up with Tiger?
Tiger Woods finished up at +1, and he'll easily make the cut.
See, today was like worst case scenario for Tiger because he had to play 23 holes. He had to finish up his first round. So I can imagine he's going to be very sore.
I said it yesterday. I mean, I know he's Tiger Woods, but he is also 48 years old, and he's been through pretty much every injury anybody could have. And he's still out there battling in the Masters. So got to give him a little bit of credit there. Schauffele's at +1, Koepka and Mickelson +2. If you're keeping tabs on that.
You said Koepka and who?
Mickelson. Mickelson's doing all right, too, and he's 50-something years old now. Still doing all right. We'll keep you up to date on Scheffler, see where he finishes up the day. Tony, who do you have as the number 1 pick in the NBA draft? You're the general manager.
Oh my
and available for you. I mean, really, these are the guys that are at the top. I'm not going to ask you to pick out of thin air. Would you go with Klingon or Connecticut? He entered the draft today.
Mm-hmm.
Or Zach Edey. Let's say those were you're down to those 2. Who would you? I mean, because those are 2 or 3 of the 4 top projected picks. There's some other guys that I don't think we've all heard of because they're from the D League and other places like that. But
I'd probably take Edey.
You would take Edey over Klingon? Okay. Interesting. Skraby, what about you?
I think so. I didn't get a chance to watch enough of
you didn't see a lot of it.
Of what's his name?
Klingon.
Yeah.
Yes. I would go Zach Edey as well. He really impressed me down the stretch.
The
whole time I just thought he was some tall guy in college who was just taller than everyone else.
No, I know what you. Yeah, I thought the same thing.
It's not that case.
The reason that Klingon is being rated a little higher, based on what I'm reading, is he has a little bit of an outside touch, but they're not convinced, the NBA people, that Edey's going to be able to guard anybody.
I think that's a fair worry.
Yeah, because they're going to put him in those pick and roll ball screens, right?
All game long.
Yeah. So what are you going to do about that? I mean, if you can't move your feet and slide and get, on those, if you can't defend those plays, I don't know that you can play.
At worst, you have to be Gobert, and Gobert is like a defensive player of the year candidate. That's like at the
you got to block every
lowest
shot that even comes near you.
100%.
Yeah, they are comparing Edey a lot to Gobert, but we'll see. Anyway, the NBA draft's still quite a ways off, but I did note that Klingon entered the draft today. Micah Parrish, the Aztecs, entered the portal. I think it was yesterday, although there's still a chance, from what Mark Ziegler wrote, that he could be coming back to San Diego State. Also, Mark Ziegler wrote that the Aztecs have already loaded up with 3 or 4 freshmen that are coming in next year that are all supposed to be really good. So I'm expecting another exciting season of Aztec basketball.
Football's going to be here before we know it, too.
Aztec football, right? We got the new
should be excited for that,
we got the new season, new coach, new everything.
We'll have to get Kurt Kenny here on the show soon.
Well, boy, do we have to?
Of
course we do.
He
Of
texted
course
me,
we do.
He texted me yesterday saying thanks for nothing, guys, because
was he upset that we had the young lady on from Cal State San Marcos?
Yes, without mentioning
what
his
asking
article.
him. We did. I mentioned his article
We
during the
absolutely
interview.
mentioned his article.
I totally mentioned his article. I said, if you want to read more about this young lady, Kurt
Boom.
Kenny has
You can
written
go to
about it already.
CalStateSanMarcos.com. That's what you said, Chris.
I said go to
I'm trying to gaslight
kurtkenny.com.
him.
Don't even try. By the way, my guy Filipowski's also going pro from Duke.
Oh, your boy.
My guy. He's projected as a top 10 pick. Jaden Ledee, not projected like in the top 30.
That's a bummer.
I'm just saying, it seems to me if you go to Duke, you automatically get 15 spots on the board.
Probably. Like, what was it? Christian Leitner?
Who's better, Filipowski or Ledee? I'll stick with Jaden. Take my chances there. All right, bottom of the hour. When we come back, do not miss this. It is our weekly Friday countdown. And not going to tell you the category yet, but suffice to say, Tony Gwynn Jr. will do some singing. You don't want to miss it. It's next on Gwynn and Chris.
Ben and Woods.
If you love Mediterranean food like all of us do on this show, you're going to love Spiro's Mediterranean Cuisine, Coronado and La Jolla. For Spiro's authentic Mediterranean and dining or takeout options, this weekend would be a nice time to order in a little Spiro's.
It would.
Visit spiroscuisine.com. Chris Ello, Mr. Skraby, Tony Gwynn Jr. is in Los Angeles. That's where the Padres are, getting set to face the Dodgers tonight. Plenty more on the weekend ahead, including a reprise of our visit earlier with Joe Musgrove, in which he got Skraby really good. Really
I still
good.
Can't believe that happened.
I know. If you can't wait to hear that and you want to hear it now, you can enjoy that interview anytime you like. Go to 973thefansd.com.
Nice job.
Joe Musgrove on point today with our interview, our Friar Friday interview. I got to read one more thing before we can get to today's countdown, and you all can hear Tony Gwynn Jr. sing.
Yes, you need to.
No, I don't have to read one more thing, do I? Is it somewhere else
yes,
that I don't know where it is?
Let me look. Sorry, everybody out here. Here we go. I got it.
Why don't you read
Wait,
it then,
I
since
don't
you
have
got
it.
it?
I don't have it. I don't have it. Where did I put it?
Unbelievable.
This is unbelievable. All right. Well, this hour is brought to you by SafeLight. Remember? This is how this all came up, Chris. Crack windshield, go to safelight.com now to schedule your free mobile service and let SafeLight come to you. That's safelight.com. Conditions may apply. And this is the reason we have our countdown topic. That's just so fitting.
Yeah, Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace. Yeah, that stuff sticks in your head. So that kind of got Brandon thinking.
It did.
He gave us the idea for this countdown topic. And, we'll check some traffic, and then we'll get into it.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Drive-Thru Oil Change, your 15-minute instant drive-thru oil change. Get reports of a possible brush fire starting up on eastbound King Freeway near Federal. It's over to the right shoulder. Also traveling on westbound at 52 just before Genesee. Accident involving a vehicle that went up in the bushes over in the center to Pike. And southbound 67 on the Broadway off-ramp, a collision. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your drive-thru oil change. It only takes 15 minutes and you don't have to get out of your car. With all the rain lately, Valvoline is also offering replacement wiper blades. For directions and discounts, go to SoCalOilChange.com, SoCalOilChange.com. And Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's now time for Gwynn and Chris to rank their top 5 of the day.
Gonna grip and rip as usual.
But this isn't just a regular top 5 list.
I love it. It sounds sadistic, but I love it.
This is the countdown, and it starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
Got to be honest with you guys as we head into the countdown for this Friday. This is both one of my favorite segments of the week and one of my toughest segments on the week. I always like it, but some weeks I just can't come up with a good idea. None of us can. And it feels like we are really, really stretching.
I always have great ideas.
But guess what? This is not one of those weeks. I think this is a week where we have a great topic, and it should be a lot of fun to count it down. And I'm excited, and I'm looking forward to this one.
I would like to thank Brandon for suggesting this.
You're right. Yeah, it was one of our listeners.
Brandon.
Yeah, it was one of our listeners. And if you have any ideas of things you want us to count down, because we've been doing this for about 5 years now, and there are ideas are becoming a little harder to come by. So, Brandon, this is for you.
Number 5.
Want me to start?
Did we say what it was?
No, we haven't said the topic yet. The topic for the day is going to be our top 5 favorite, best, greatest advertising slogans or jingles. All right, so it's advertising slogans or jingles. I think we can go a million different ways with this. It came up the other day because somebody had the song stuck in their head, 1-800 something or other.
Yeah.
And you do get jingles caught in your head.
You do.
For forever and ever. So why don't you go first, Skraby? I'm going to let you go first on this one today. Your number 5 all-time advertising slogan and jingle.
I got to sing this one.
All right, you're singing. All right, here we go. Are you going to say the name of the? Are you going to say the?
You'll know.
We'll just know right off the bat. All right.
My number 5 is, what would you do for a Klondike bar? I don't necessarily like Klondike bars or really have even had a Klondike bar, but I love every time it comes on TV, I sing it.
That was
is
well done.
phenomenal.
Not only did he sing "What Would You Do for a Klondike Bar," it was "What Would You Do." You had it going on.
Bar.
You had
That
it going
was
on.
awesome.
A Klondike
That was great.
Bar.
Thank
All right.
you.
Number
Very
5.
much. Thank you very
I'm
much.
actually
Very good.
mad that I didn't think of that one. Now.
This is my type of list, guys.
Yeah, well, I think that's pretty good. Tony, you want to go or you want me to go?
Gosh. I'll go next.
All right, Tony's number 5.
How about K Jewelers? Every kiss begins with K.
Oh, that's so cute.
They'll be happy to hear that. A local company, right? Are they national? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
All right, that's good. All right, here we go. These are not all going to be songs, but my number 5 one is I want my baby back, baby back, baby back ribs, my baby back,
Chili's.
Baby
back ribs.
I want my Chili's baby back ribs.
I had to put this in there.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
What did he say?
Barbecue sauce.
Oh, barbecue sauce.
I mean, that's
yeah.
the best part of the whole thing.
Look, here's the whole thing with this. It was a good jingle, and then Mike Myers and Austin Powers made it a great jingle when they used. Oh yeah, it was in one of the movies. He kept singing this over and over again. It was hilarious. But here's the thing that I really think that why this is a great jingle. Has anybody actually had a Chili's baby back rib?
No, never
Yes.
once.
You have.
Yes.
Well, I bet
Yes.
you Tony loves them. I don't
Chili's
think they're
is
that
on
good.
the-
I don't think they're that
Chili's-
great.
Chili's, they are great.
They are great, you say.
And I mean, obviously there's one by my house here in Poway, but the reason I have eaten at Chili's a lot is because that is like a minor league staple.
Yeah, it
And
is.
so,
It is.
you pull up, you're not going to Roof Chris, you're going to Chili's at that
No,
time.
you don't get the Ruth Chris.
Nah,
in the minors.
you go to Chili's. And
But
so
you get the baby back.
my wife
baby
and
back,
I
baby
still
back.
go to Chili's. We love it.
Baby back, baby back. All right, there we go. We're off to a flying start.
We are off to a flying start. I can tell this is
I don't know if we can keep it up.
Number 4.
All right, Scrab.
My number 4. I did have Every Kiss Begins with a K. I'm gonna
You
cross
had that
one
one.
off. I
Okay.
did. Oh yes, my number 4 is something I grew up with in my childhood, and it would be Got Milk.
That's it.
Oh yeah.
Remember that
just straight
campaign
up
with the
Got
milk
Milk?
mustaches?
Yeah, I do.
Back in the
All
day?
these celebrities.
Yeah, all
had
the
the
celebrities.
celebrity,
that was a California milk ad.
Yeah.
So
Got
very
Milk.
strange, yes.
You like that one?
It's great. Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
All right, Tony Gwynn Jr.
How about the quicker picker upper bounty?
Yes. This is my favorite countdown of all time.
I
That's a
hope
good one.
I hope that Dave Marcus is in the booth while Tony is doing this up in Los Angeles.
He
He's
just
got to
walked
be
out.
getting a kick
He
out
looked
of
at me weird when I did the first one. So
Yeah.
Dave's like, oh man, for some reason they need to go get Bounty paper towels.
All right, I had a 50-50 toss up for my number 4. I thought I'd go with the more intricate one. 2 all beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese on a sesame
Pickles-
seed bun.
Yeah, I mean,
pickles,
that's pretty
onions
good.
on the sesame seed.
Pickles,
bun.
onions on a sesame seed. I left out the pickles, onions. Oh no, yeah. McDonald's, they have a lot of great campaigns.
Yeah, they do.
That was the one that stuck out. My other one that was a 50-50 tie was just Wendy's Where's the Beef? Because that was pretty famous
Where's
as well.
the beef?
Where's the beef? That old lady, I forget what her name was, Edna or something.
Beef lady.
Yeah. All right.
Number 3.
There we go.
My number 3 is from my childhood as well, but Yo Quiero Taco Bell.
Yo
Yo
quiero
quiero
Taco
Taco
Bell,
Bell.
you and
Yeah,
the Chihuahua.
The Chihuahua, yeah, of course. The Chihuahua is amazing.
And they get the Chihuahua's mouth moving and the whole thing.
I actually don't remember like what was happening in those. I thought he just ran around and
I thought he looked up at the
just had a
camera.
voice. I don't know. I'll have
Thought
to
he
go
looked
back
up
and
at the
look,
camera.
but I remember that slogan like it was yesterday.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. You could also make a run for the border. That was Taco Bell
yeah.
also.
Run for the border.
Make a run for the border.
Oh.
Yeah, Taco Bell. Same,
I've never heard
same
that
company.
one.
Never
Oh.
heard that one. All right,
Tony,
Tony.
have you heard that one?
Which one?
Make a run for the border.
Yeah, that
Taco
was
Bell.
before Yo.
I think that was before Yo quiero Taco
Yo quiero
Bell.
Taco
Yeah.
Bell.
See,
Yeah.
Tony's got that like
Oh,
2
Tony
extra
knows
years
these.
of memory.
Tony's
Dog,
knows
I'm
these
just
things.
telling you, when it comes, I watch a lot of baseball. All of these commercials were on the TV when I was young.
That's true.
Perfect.
Shout out to Ving Rhames for We Have the Meats.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah,
Arby's.
Yeah, Arby's.
Yeah.
We have the meats. Yeah. All right. Very good. What are we on? Number 3.
Oh, did I not hit the button?
I don't know that you
No,
ever
we're
hit-
on number 2.
I don't know
Wait,
that you've
you're
ever
on
hit a
number
button.
3. You're on number 3.
No way. Did you do number? You did number 3.
Yeah, mine was
I
Yo
just did
Quiero
number
Taco
3.
Bell.
And you didn't. Okay, so I'm on number 3, right? All right, this is sorry. I don't know. I'm having so much fun. I lost my space. Number 3 for me is one that you guys will not recognize, I don't believe, because I believe it's from before your time. But it was I think it was a hilarious commercial. And we used to say this phrase all the time in our household growing up, my dad and my grandparents and everything. But it was an Alka-Seltzer commercial. And they showed this forlorn, heavy-set guy sitting at the dining room table with food piled up for days. And he had that sour look on his face and his hand on his stomach. And he looked up at the camera and he said, I can't believe I ate the whole thing.
I think
it was an Alka-Seltzer
I feel
commercial.
like I've seen this one.
Yeah,
too.
you probably have seen it in a clip somewhere, but I know it came out like probably in the 70s. But yeah, we used to say that in our household after eating too much at the dinner table.
Oh, that is a good one.
Number 2.
Little history there.
Now, another one from my childhood, and I think maybe even right now, but anybody who's ever played an EA Sports game knows EA Sports.
It's in the game.
Wow, even Chris knew that.
Fabulous.
I do that.
Fabulous.
So, yeah, number 2.
I can't believe I didn't think of that one either.
Yeah, that's the one that hit me late.
You like that one. All right. Tony Gwynn Jr., what do you got?
How about Stanley Steamers were carpet cleaners?
Yeah, you got all the good jingles.
Tony's getting into the spirit of
That
this.
is a good one. I
Very,
forgot
very
about
good.
Stanley Steamer.
If you don't know by
Stanley
now,
Steamer?
if you just tuned into a sports talk radio show and you're wondering what in the world is going on, it is our weekly countdown segment, and we're counting down our top advertising slogans and jingles. I'm sure many of you have your favorites out there. Here's one, and I hope I sing it right because it's one of my favorites, and it's been caught in my head many times. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Peter Paul and Joy's got nuts. Peter Paul Mounds don't. Because sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. There you go.
Nice.
You can sing that endlessly.
Good. That's real good.
I never liked an Almond Joy
Hated
or a
the
Mounds
candy,
bar.
but that's a good jingle.
Didn't like either of those.
Almond Joys are amazing.
But I like the jingle.
All right.
Here we go. Oh my God. The number 1.
Well, I gotta say a couple of my
You have
honorable
a few
mentions.
runner-ups. Okay.
It's finger licking good for KFC.
Very good.
Yeah, why don't you save those? It might be one of our number ones.
Oh, no, don't steal. Tony says don't steal.
All right. My number 1 is not necessarily one product that I use, but I like the Pepto-Bismol. Gotta go right now. And then in the commercial, these people are like waddling towards the bathroom. It's hilarious.
So both Alka-Seltzer and Pepto-Bismol made the countdown.
And so I sometimes,
Interesting.
if I'm headed towards the bathroom or something, I just sing in my head, gotta go.
You do this often. You're watching
That's
TV
good.
with your dad, and you look over.
I gotta go right now.
That's
And your
really
dad
good.
gives you a look like I give you every day.
Yes.
All right, Tony.
Thank you.
This is number 1. This should be number 1 for everybody because we all use the product. But it keeps going and going and going and going and going. Energizer Bunny.
Yeah, okay.
Energizer Bunny.
Yeah. I mean, that's the great one. Energizer Bunny is iconic.
Yeah,
It's iconic.
still going.
It's an excellent.
It's still going.
It's an excellent advertisement for a inferior battery. By the way, I don't know if anybody's ever.
Why you gotta be dishing on the
I'm
Energizer
dishing on
Bunny
it.
right now?
I'm just dissing on the
Come on.
product. What is it? Energizer.
Energizer.
Yeah, the bunny.
The battery doesn't last very long. I'm not
Chris
going to
sounds
tell
like-
the other one
Chris
lasts a
sounds
lot
like a
longer.
Duracell guy.
I'm a Duracell guy. It's not even close.
Sounds like
Sorry.
a hater. That's what he sounds like.
I am a hater. So SCAR. My baloney has a second name. It's MAYER. That was my best of the rest. I'm going to finish it up with this one. 4 simple words. This buds for you.
Oh,
I think that says it all.
Why didn't I think of what's up?
What's up? Could have done that. One's a
That's
classic.
a pretty good one. Yeah.
There's those. I mean, look, we could do a top 20 on this one.
We
So
could, or the Budweiser frogs.
yeah, good job out there, Brandon. Thanks for giving us the subject.
I gotta get my.
All right. Came up a little early on the top of the hour here, but hope you enjoyed our countdown today. We had fun doing it. I know we left a lot of good ones out.
Oh, you want me to go through some of the
'Cause
chats?
there were just so many good ones to be had, right?
Oh man, Nick is saying one that I should have put on my list, but the
You think?
O'Reilly. Oh, O'Reilly.
Yeah, I've been stuck in my head a few times.
Corky's Pest Control.
Yeah.
Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief.
There's another Alka-Seltzer one.
Also, we had Squeeze the Charmin.
Squeeze the Charmin, Mr. Whipple.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, that's before your time.
And then there was one really good one, and I forget. Oh, the Dunkin' Donuts, like time to make the donuts.
Time to make the donuts?
Yeah.
There's so many good
Here's the other one.
What?
The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And then the last one
I disagreed with that one.
In and Out. That's what a hamburger is all about.
Sing it, Skrabe.
In and out. That's what a hamburger is all about.
Man, pretty good.
Yeah, not great at all.
Not the best I've ever heard. Not the best version of that I've ever heard. But hey, we had fun with that.
We did.
And we did get to hear Tony sing.
A lot, actually.
Padres have made a roster move. Going to share it with you. Hope you're sitting down. Somebody who was on the 20.
Breaking news, 97.3 The Fan.
Yeah, don't know that qualifies. You're not going to have Pedro Avila to kick around anymore. Pedro Avila has been those 3 horrifying letters for any Major League Baseball player. He has been DFA'd, designated for assignment. 8 innings pitched. He's allowed 5 hits, but walked 6. Struck out 9. Pedro with a 1-0 record, ERA of 9.00. Anyway, off he goes. And called up to take his spot on the roster, Adrian Morejon.
Do you think that his time with the Padres is getting shorter and shorter?
Who's that, Morejon?
Yes.
I would think that this has got to be a time he's got to prove it. Now, here's they know their, pitchers a whole lot better than I do.
Yeah.
But you just parted with another right-hander in your bullpen and brought in another left-hander in your bullpen. The Padres already have Cosgrove, they have Matsui, and they have Peralta. Now they add Morejon. That's 4 lefty relievers. That's like 3 more than most other teams have. And even though I think that's beneficial, you can use a bunch of lefties. You only have from the right side, honestly, Kolek, De Los Santos, and then
Suarez.
You close with Suarez. That's pretty much it. Am I leaving somebody out somewhere? I don't think so.
No, because Wusuk goes on the team.
No, Estrada's still in the minor leagues.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just think that's interesting. I think the Padres are short a right-handed setup arm right now, at least 1, and now maybe 2 because they have more lefties in their bullpen than righties.
I'm trying to think, and I don't know why I'm blanking.
Don't hurt yourself.
The starting rotation doesn't have a lefty, right?
No,
Yeah.
it does not. The starters are all right-handed, but coming out of the bullpen, Brito is another righty.
Yes.
So I don't want to forget Brito.
But he's not been effective.
But unfortunately, Brito's not been very effective. So here's your bullpen now. You got 4 righties and 4 lefties, which I guess is, without, sounding like a math
magician.
Yeah, I was going to say something different. I'm glad I didn't. That would have hurt somebody's feelings.
Oh, my gosh.
But despite not being very good at math, it's the bullpen we can say is balanced.
It's balanced, right?
Yeah.
Let's hope.
4-4 now. All right, Padres, Dodgers, 7:05 tonight, maybe 7:10 by the time they get ready to go. Sam Levitt's pregame show an hour before that. That leaves us plenty of time on this program. And coming up next, Chris vs. the Fans, 833-288-0973. Trivia time. Chance to go to Las Vegas.
The Fan.
Hey, welcome back into it, San Diego. 4 o'clock hour getting underway here on Gwynn and Chris. Just a couple of hours away from taking things on up the freeway to Los Angeles. Sammy Levitt's pregame show at 6:05 this evening. And then a little after 7 o'clock, it'll be Jesse and Tony and Padre baseball against the Los Angeles Dodgers, first of a 3-game series in La La Land. Team split a pair in Korea a couple of weeks ago. Might recall that.
I mean, it seems like 6 months
It does
ago.
seem like a while ago, right? It
I
wasn't
had
that long
someone tell
ago.
me today, actually, that their sleep pattern has still not recovered. And I don't blame them because
I'm sorry
me
about
up.
that
It
to
messed me up.
whoever. Well,
Messed me
Major
up.
League Baseball should, keep
Not
us
do
in
it.
mind next time they want to do
Thank
something
you.
like
Thank you.
this.
That's all I care about.
By the way, should I just go ahead and throw this out there for fun?
Uh-oh, what?
Padres sweep the series, they would move into a tie for first place with the Dodgers.
Oh, see, they control their own destiny this weekend.
That's right. They're down 3 games in the standings right now. Dodgers are off to a 10-5 start. Padres are in second place at 7-8. 1 game under 500. There, Kevin Acey's article today in the paper, he interviewed Manny Machado, Fernando Tatis Jr., I want to say Jake, somebody else. None of them knew what the Padres' actual record was.
That's
according to the
interesting.
story.
That's interesting, and I believe it. I believe it.
Like these guys, they were like, well, we know we're like a game or so around 500. That's kind of what they answered.
Even when
They didn't really know that they were 7-8.
I think that's
Interesting.
really interesting because when
Little
I
bit.
was in the clubhouse the other day, I actually noticed that there were no MLB Network was definitely not on one of their TVs. but-
Really? They don't keep
No,
the
they
MLB
had-
Network on in there?
No,
huh?
I didn't see it. I saw a lot of
Interesting.
like ESPN2. I saw a lot of college baseball. Saw a lot of live sports happening.
Yeah, you should have spent more time actually talking to the guys, though.
Yeah.
To avoid the
Should've.
wrath of Joe Musgrove. That interview and how Joe Musgrove punked Skraby a little bit later in the program. We're coming up on Chris versus the fans here, our daily sports trivia segment. Chance for you to qualify for a chance to win our grand prize. That would be the 2-night stay at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino, plus 2 tickets to Kool and the Gang. They're backed by popular demand, multiple sold-out shows, the legendary funk group, Kool and the Gang. Celebrate. That's them. They were celebrate. All right, I did it for you.
Celebrate good times. Come on.
Time
to celebrate now.
Yeah, we're doing a little much on the singing
I'm
today.
into it.
They're coming back to the stage at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino, the residency through 2024. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. I believe they're also working their way back to You, Babe. That was another
Oh, I
song by
didn't know
Kool
that.
and the
Don't
Gang.
read the last part of that.
The Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino features newly designed premier rooms, part of their $70 million room renovations. It's all home of legendary Vegas fun. Let's have some fun and play Chris versus the fans.
Shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself.
Howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right. Questions are going to be interesting today.
You think?
Yes. You have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time player, let us know before you get into it, and you will get the first question for free today. Now, let's go to our first contestant. That contestant would be Zach. Hello, Zach.
How we doing, guys?
Hi, Zach.
Good. How are you
Welcome
doing?
to the show.
Ready to play?
Yeah, first time player here.
First time player. Thanks, Chris. Really appreciate you backing me up on that one.
Yeah, you had it all to yourself there. I couldn't match you.
All right, Zach. Question number 2. What pitcher has pitched the most innings in MLB playoff history?
Boy, that's a tough one right there.
Clayton Kershaw.
Clayton Kershaw.
Clayton Kershaw, he says.
Pretty good guess. Stay there, though. Stay there.
It's got to be somebody on the Yankees or the Braves. Something tells me it's John Smoltz.
Smoltzy.
Yeah. No good. No good, Zach. You're still alive. Who was it?
It was Madison Bumgarner, that 2014 postseason when he pitched basically every inning for the Giants.
Now, wait a minute now. What was the question?
Should have known that.
Hang on. What was the question? Go back to your question.
Ooh. Hold on.
I answered, and I think Zach answered. I thought what you said was who's pitched the most innings like all time.
You're right.
In the playoffs.
No, you're right. I did mean to ask for a single season.
You didn't ever say a single season. So there was no way either of us could have guessed that. I think you got to give us another question. I don't think you can advance Zach.
I'm going to advance
based
Zach.
on that. No, you can't advance him.
To.
I had no chance to get the question correct because I wasn't even answering the right question.
I'm admitting fault for the question.
Yes. So just ask him another number 2 question. You can't advance him.
Sorry, Zach.
On a gimme. We already gave him the first one for free.
Sorry
about that, Zach. You're going to have to answer.
Jeez.
Go for another one.
Didn't realize that was the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Question number 2 again, Zach. Who's hit the most World Series home runs?
Oh, brother. The history of the World Series?
Yes, this one is the yes.
All right, Skraby.
You got an answer, Zach?
I got no idea.
No idea. All right, stay there though.
What is it again? What players hit the most home runs in the World Series? Mickey Mantle, 18. Everybody knows that.
Sorry about that,
Sorry,
Zach.
Zach.
Chris just wanted to crush your dreams, apparently.
I did. I'm trying to be fair to everybody out there. I'm not picking on Zach, but you can't advance somebody when I had no chance to answer the question right because you didn't ask it correctly.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Let's go to Chris. Chris?
Hi, Chris.
Are you there?
Plus, I'm sticking up for all Chris's.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you ready to play?
Very stately sounding contestant.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Do I need to be stately when I ask the question?
Can be.
What player was I don't even know what that was. What player was nicknamed the human vacuum cleaner? Baseball player.
Yes. Pete Rose?
Pete Rose. He vacuumed up a lot of bets, but it wasn't the correct answer.
You almost made me chortle. It's Brooks Robinson.
It is.
Sorry to say.
Is. I actually watched after he passed away
Chris?
earlier. Was it this year or late last year?
Yes, he just passed away recently.
I watched a bunch of highlights of him, and he was very good.
He made some plays in the 1971 World Series against the Cincinnati Reds. I take it back. 1970 World Series that will never be forgotten.
Never be forgotten.
No, they won't. Most of the plays you're referring to are from that series.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, they were great. So.
Yes, they were.
Let's go to our next contestant, Ted. What's up, Ted?
Hey, guys. First time player.
First time player.
Time player. Player.
All right.
First time player.
Okay.
First time player.
All right.
First time player.
I'm sorry, Ted.
First
You're
time
doing.
player.
I just turned his mic off, everybody. I can't.
You got mad at me that I didn't support you last time.
All right. Here we go. Question number 2.
What'd you get?
What city did O.J. Simpson grow up in?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, California.
Los Angeles. Stay there.
Correct. He's a San Francisco boy. Oh my gosh. Or he was a San Francisco boy.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Ted.
Sorry, Ted. You know, I saw on CNN last night talking about the life and times of O.J. Simpson. Your guy, Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, he had a really...
He was very good. Really good.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to even go back to what he said, but if you want to hear somebody put the whole O.J. case and everything that was happening in those times when he was found innocent and what team, or what side Stephen A. Smith's on and everything that, just look up him on CNN last night. If you're looking for some perspective on the whole O.J. thing.
Yeah.
On no matter what side you happened to have been on.
Now, I know this is a dramatization of the OJ trial and everything, but have you ever seen The People versus OJ?
Yes.
It's a pretty good show.
It was okay. It's okay.
It's probably took some liberties and stuff.
Sure it did. It was pretty good.
It explains it to you in a broad way.
Well, the thing is we don't remember, and I don't even remember. There was 30 years ago when that happened. And there was a lot going on in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And this trial was right in the, you have to put it in the proper, scenario before you, because I think most of us look back and go, how in the world was he found not guilty?
Yeah.
Like, incredible.
Well, the
Stephen
LA riots were like 2 years before that.
Stephen A. Smith puts it all in very good perspective. If you missed it on CNN, you can, I'm sure, find it on YouTube anywhere.
All right.
Go ahead.
Let's go to our next contestant.
Okay.
Let's go to Jason. Jason, hello.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Are you ready to play?
Ready.
All right,
it's
here we
Friday
go.
the 12th. I'm just saying.
Guess what, Chris?
Do you have your Jason
Guess what?
T-shirt on?
Of course I do. Sad
Yeah.
Jason looking at the calendar saying Friday the 12th. I had to.
He actually has that T-shirt, Jason.
I
It's
do.
hard to believe, but true.
All right.
I believe it.
Yeah.
He believes it. All right, here's question number 1. We're going to stay with the nicknames. Whose nickname, this one's really easy. Whose nickname was Hammer and Hank?
Hank Aaron.
Hank Aaron is correct. Thank you.
Or as Vin Scully used to call him, Bad Henry.
Bad Henry. I
That's
do
what
like
he was
that.
going to do to the Dodgers.
I like that.
Yeah.
And we've talked about it before, but Dusty Baker being on deck is pretty cool. That's
the Hank Aaron
the
home
big
run.
home run. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. that's
Bobby
pretty cool.
Thompson's all-time famous home run for the Giants. The Giants win the pennant. The Giants win the pennant. That one.
Yeah.
Willie Mays was on deck.
All right.
For
Trivia
that one.
questions for down the road.
There you go.
Here we go, Jason. Question number 2. What Hall of Fame second baseman also won the 1984 National League MVP title?
Beat out a friend of mine for that.
A friend?
Yeah. Beat out a friend of mine for that honor.
I'm gonna take Chris's advice. If I don't know it, I'm not gonna give him any hints.
No
Right.
hints.
No hints.
Unfortunately, 1970s and 80s, I'm almost impossible to beat. Tony Gwynn, I think, always to this day should have won that year in 1984, but he lost to Ryan Sandberg of the Cubs. Thank you, though, Jason. Good to hear from you. Good playing. Play again. Play again. You'll win next time. You never know.
Let's go to our next contestant, Harry in Chula Vista. What's up, Harry?
I don't know where Tony finished tonight.
Player.
First time player.
All right, Harry, let's go get him.
All right, we're going to go to question number 2. Here we go. This person was a Hall of Fame outfielder, a 4-time Major League Baseball home run champ, and a 3-time MVP. Name that player. Oh, my God. I gave a lot of information.
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth.
The Bambino, he says.
Stay there, Harry.
I need all those things. This isn't question 1?
2.
Oh, all right. Fair
Hall
enough.
of Fame outfielder, 4-time Major League Baseball home run champion, and 3-time MVP.
Not a lot of 3-time MVPs, but I don't have time to catalog them all through. I'll say Albert Pujols.
Albert Pujols. You're still alive, Harry.
Good for you, Harry.
Jimmy Fox.
No.
Jimmy
Yeah,
Fox.
that's tough. Jimmy Fox. You're going back to like the 30s for that one.
Oh, wasn't he a pretty famous baseball player?
Not
All right.
that famous. I
Okay.
mean, probably should have been more famous based on his accomplishments.
All right.
But Jimmy Fox is not considered an all-time famous guy.
Well, Harry, you got lucky on that
Yeah,
one.
you're
'cause
good.
I thought Chris would have known that, to be honest.
You're good, Harry. You got a shot to win it here.
All right, here we go, Harry.
Oh, my
Question number 3. What Japanese phenom pitcher helped the Red Sox win the World Series in 2007? What Japanese phenom pitcher helped the Red Sox win the World Series in 2007?
Suzuki.
Suzuki. Oichiro.
I'm going to say Daisuke Matsuzaka. That's all I got. Sorry, Harry. You came close.
Sorry, Harry.
You were there, but not quite.
All right,
Play again, though, Harry.
We're going tiebreaker.
Oh, come on.
No, we have to because we got a long big 5 today. Got some audio to play during it. We're going to use Tony Gwynn Sr. as our guy.
Tony Gwynn Sr. is our tiebreaker guy today?
Yes.
All right. I've heard of him.
I hope so. Let's go to our first contestant for the tiebreaker. And we're going to go with Greg in San Diego. Greg, you're on. What's
Hi, Greg.
Hi, guys.
Afternoon.
Good luck to you.
You ready to play a tiebreaker? Do you know how to play?
Yes, sir.
All right. So
All
I'll
right,
just
he's
explain
ready.
quickly. I'm going to give Chris a number. He's going to have to answer it, or I'm going to ask Chris a question that has a number answer. And then the caller guesses whether or not the actual answer is higher or lower than what Chris guessed. So, Chris, here we go. How many triples did Mr. Gwynn have in his
career? By the way, he finished, Mr. Gwynn, as you properly called him, finished third to Ryan Sandberg in the balloting in 1984.
Who was second?
Keith Hernandez.
Oh,
interesting.
I'm going to be playing audio from him in the Big Five.
It's funny how things
That
all
is
come
real funny.
together.
Yes.
All right. How many triples did Tony Sr. have? He had 75.
75. All right. Greg, is the actual answer higher or lower than 75?
Wow, he said it's good here. I gotta go. I'll go higher.
Higher. Greg says higher. Greg is correct.
Hey, Tony had more than 75 That's a lot of triples.
He had 85.
85. That was pretty close. But
And
that's good, Greg.
in his final year of his career, he did have a triple.
Oh yeah.
I'm
telling you what, man. Tony knew how to run the bases.
Well,
he quick.
stole
a ton of bases.
He stole 56 bases in 87.
Yes, he did.
That's a lot. He stole 37 from 1986 on, 37, 56, 26, and 40.
Yeah. Tony Gwynn, last I checked, Tony Gwynn was a Hall of Fame baseball player for a reason. And it's not just because he was one of the greatest hitters who ever lived. That's why, he's even better than a Hall of Famer because he was the greatest hitter who ever lived in our generation. But he also won how many Gold Gloves? And he also could run the bases.
And Silver Sluggers.
I mean, he did everything well. And then on top of that, it's the nicest guy you ever met.
That's one of the
I don't know how
things
many
that's a
more, positive things you can say about that man.
No, the things that I've learned about him over the years are just amazing. I wish I would have got to meet him. But when we have those birthday shows, when it's his birthday and people call in and tell their personal stories, like every story is different because he reached
they're
so many
different,
people.
but they all share a similar, theme,
which is
just him being generous with his time.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Greg, you win Chris versus the fans today. We check traffic. And then when we come back, the three most surprising teams in Major League Baseball so far this season, good and bad. Let you know when we return.
From the
Hey, everybody, it's Skraby here for SD Fat Loss, and you may have heard me say just a few times that I've lost 40 pounds thanks to SD Fat Loss, and I didn't think I could. Truthfully, did not think I could lose any weight because I tried everything, but SD Fat Loss put me in a good place, educated me on everything, and it helped me to lose 40 pounds just in time for summer. You're not going to eat prepackaged foods. I promise you that. You don't have to. You're not going to have to calorie count either. I promise you that. And also, if you don't really like exercise, it's encouraged, but it's not required for an everyday weight loss thing. And right now, for a limited time only, if you mention my name when you call SD Fat Loss, you get $200 off. So just say Skraby told me to call, and you can get $200 loss thanks to SD Fat Loss. They're not only going to teach you how to eat right now, they're going to teach you how to eat right for the rest of your life. And I am following that program, and I have maintained my weight, and I am still 40 pounds down, which is a great feeling. So again, for a limited time only, mention that I sent you, Skraby sent you, and you can get $200 off your program. And they have a free consultation that you can schedule right now. Just call 858-665-3211 or go to sdfatloss.com.
right, welcome back. 4:25 is the time. Crisello. Tony Gwynn Jr. in Los Angeles, getting ready for tonight's Padre-Dodger broadcast. He'll be rejoining us here shortly for the Big Five. At the Masters, Scotty Scheffler, 2 holes to play today. He's at 6 under par, tied with Bryson DeChambeau and Max Homa, who are both in the clubhouse at 6 under par. So that's where that stands. Tiger Woods finished at 1 over after an even par 72 in the second round today. Xander Schauffele is also at 1 over par. Padres are 7-8. You are what your record says you are. I don't think that's that surprising of a record, 15 games into the season. I'd like it to be 9-6, like everybody, but
yeah, me too.
7-8
Me
is
too.
what it is. Not one of the most surprising records in baseball, though.
No.
Here are the 3 most surprising records in baseball so far.
I'm hoping you have the one in my mind on your list.
All right. Number 3, the Pittsburgh Pirates. They're 9-4. The reason that they're only number 3 is that we saw this act last year. The Pirates got off to a really fast start. I think they were in first place through the May or June, and then they collapsed completely the second half of the season. But still, it is the Pirates, and nobody ever picks them to win anything. And a 9-4 start's pretty good.
It is pretty good
for that young team. So that's my number 3 most surprising record. Number 2 most surprising record right now. The Houston Astros.
That's the team.
That's your team.
Yes, that's the team.
They're
I was looking for.
4-10.
They're very bad.
What's going on with the Astros?
Josh Hader, I think, has blown a couple
Josh
saves.
Hader hasn't looked great yet, but that's not it. They miss one Johnny Lee Dusty Baker. That's what I think anyway. I don't think people realize just how great of a manager Dusty Baker was. And he stepped away, and the Astros are really scuffling. It's early, and they're certainly talented enough to turn things around. But they're not just losing at home where they're 2-5. They're also 2-5 on the road. So the Astros have to be the second most surprising. But easily the most surprising record in baseball right now, in my estimation, is the Kansas City Royals.
Yeah, they're pretty good right now.
They've won 7 in a row, first of all.
Yes.
Just when you thought that could never happen. They're 9-4 overall. They're just a half game back of Cleveland in the American League Central. I will say this. The Royals have taken advantage of a generous schedule that has had them at home for 10 of their first 13 games.
What the heck?
So we'll see how the
They've
Royals
also played the White Sox.
Yeah, that shouldn't count, right? Royals did just finish a sweep of the Astros. Why? That's why both teams are on this list.
They scored 9 runs in the first inning yesterday.
The Royals with 11 hits.
Yeah.
And I was surprised. They had 9. You're right. They had 11 hits in the first inning yesterday. That tied the franchise record. I'm like, really? They did that before?
9 runs in the first inning.
11 hits.
Crazy. That's pretty crazy.
That's a big inning right there. So anyway, the Kansas City Royals definitely surprising right now. And let's also add this. Major League Baseball leader in plus-minus run differential right now, the Kansas City Royals, plus 39.
Wow.
So
they're scoring a ton of runs. Bobby Witt Jr. was 4 for 5, I think 2 homers yesterday.
Yeah, how do you know that? He doesn't happen to be on your fantasy team.
5 RBIs and a stolen base.
Yeah,
Chris.
I'm aware. All right, so there's my 3 most surprising records in baseball so far. We take a break. Tony rejoins. Big 5. It's a good one today. Among the items, they already hate Juan Soto in New York.
And Chris is happy.
We'll explain when we come back.
Ben and Woods on the Fan.
All right, here we go. Today's biggest fan is...
What in the world? Irish!
Today's biggest fan...
Oh, my God.
Call us back within 10 minutes at 833-288-0973, and you'll be registered to win our monthly grand prize. We'll be right back with more Ben and Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Listen to Ben and Woods weekdays from 6 to 10 on 97.3 The Fan.
I'm Kelly Burris, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
1455 Frazee Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com.
Pluto TV is as easy as it is free, and it's totally free. With over 300 channels and thousands of TV shows and movies, finding what you love has never been easier. Just download the app. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward, like banners, flyers, signs, and catalogs. Some even same day. And now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Offer in 6/1. Visit staples.com/print for details. Staples, your local print and marketing expert.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Attention landowners. Got big plans for your land? Tackle all your spring projects with a powerful John Deere machine. And now with 0% APR for 72 months on select compact tractors, riding lawnmowers, and Gator utility vehicles, plus up to $2,000 off select compact tractors. It's never been easier to get in the sea. Offer available April 1st through 30th. Visit johndeere.com to find your local dealer. For complete finance details, please call toll-free 1-800-226-8903.
2 minutes left in this short commercial break.
Odyssey presents a joint venture with Hulu's High Hopes.
Yo, what's up? This is Jared from the Dirty Heads.
A secret 420 Dirty Head show. Win a trip for two to LA.
California, rescue me.
Enter now for your chance to win at Odyssey.com/High Hopes. This month, reality TV hits a new high. High Hopes premieres 420, streaming only on Hulu.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thing costs more. So smart businesses are graduating to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, HR into one proven platform, helping you reduce IT costs, maintenance costs, and manual errors. Over 37,000 companies have already made the move to NetSuite. Now through April 15th, NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/golf right now. netsuite.com/golf.
Certain things that might complicate that possibility. I'm Jim Rome.
Never miss a moment from 97.3 The Fan again. With the free Odyssey app, you can download podcasts from your favorite talk shows and listen whenever and wherever works best for you.
All right, 4:34 is the time. Welcome back, Gwynn and Chris Crisello. Tony Gwynn Jr. coming up here with us on the Big Five. Mr. Skraby. And if you missed it earlier in the show, a classic Gwynn and Chris moment when Joe Musgrove guested on the show and pulled a prank on Skraby. If you missed it, you'll get another chance to hear that interview in the 5 o'clock hour. Or if you can't wait that long, then go check it out at your leisure 973thefan.sd.com or the Odyssey app. We come to you from the Odyssey Palace Studios, also on YouTube. Just search 97.3 The Fan. You can watch the program. Padres, Dodgers coming up tonight. Padres did make a move today. Pedro Avila is designated for assignment, I'm sorry to say, for the Pedro Avila fans out there.
I was once a Pedro Avila fan.
You once were.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I thought he was going to do more.
Yeah, did not work out for Pedro, unfortunately. And they have recalled Adrian Morejon.
Correct.
I think I do a nice job pronouncing that.
You do.
Morejon.
It's not an easy name for me to say. Adrian Morejon.
Yeah, it's got to be Adrian.
Yes.
Yes.
I wanna call
Padre,
him what he wants to be called.
yes. Padre lineup is in. Bogarts, Tatis, Jake, Machado, Profar, Kim, Campusano, Jackson Merrill, Tyler Wade. That's your lineup tonight, pretty much as it normally is against the Dodgers tonight. All right, traffic, yes. Traffic, no.
Actually,
Big Five.
No, let's go traffic.
From the 90s.
That is put up in Dodger Stadium showing his 467-foot blast a few years ago. And I chuckled because this is quite funny to me. A Padre with a plaque in Dodger Stadium? I can't even imagine the Padres putting a plaque in Petco Park. So, Chris, is that kind of a weird thing for them to do?
Well, no, I think it's a class move by the Dodgers. The Padres, for their part in this rivalry, they put up crying at Kershaw emojis on the scoreboard.
I forgot about
that. You know, that's how they seem to handle this stuff. No, it's a class move. I mean, Here's one thing that I always loved about both Vin Scully and Chick Hearn growing up in Los Angeles. They both did an amazing job of making me appreciate the talents and the abilities of the other players. They understood that the other team was a draw along with their own team. And there's nothing wrong with paying homage to a guy that hit that home run. Willie Stargell hit 2 balls out of Dodger Stadium. I'm sure
he has a plaque too.
There might be a plaque out on the in the street somewhere for what he did. One of my greatest memories ever at the old Qualcomm was Barry Bonds homering basically off the scoreboard, a grand slam against Dennis Tankersley.
Tankersley?
Yes, Dennis Tankersley. He was a reliever for the Padres. Not for long after that grand slam, but no, I think you got to appreciate what other guys do, and I think that's all this is, and I have no problem with it.
Tony, what do you think? Is this kind of a weird thing for the Dodgers to do?
Nope, it's not. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that there's so much history behind this organization. So like when somebody hits a ball the way Fernando hit it, they want to make sure they memorialize it, right? It did it. It's not just him. I think Willie Stargell. I think all the guys. I think there's like 4 guys that have hit the ball like out of the stadium, and so I think those guys have some type of, I don't know if they're all plaques or what they are, but I know they make note of all of them. So I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think it's how it should go.
I think Mike Piazza has one. I'm looking at really quick.
I mean, when history is made in your stadium, even if it's not made by your team, there's nothing wrong with recognizing that.
Right.
And I think the Padres organization can go to school on the same thing if and when something like that happens here at Petco Park.
Tony said one word that made me change my entire tune about this, and you said historical. Because Dodger Stadium, no matter what we say, is a historical place in this country.
Yeah, hopefully one day Petco Park will be like that too, where it's like so much history behind it, right? That they have to start doing things like that.
Like Kyle Schwarber, his 700-foot moonshot in the playoffs. Should we honestly? I mean, that's the longest home run in Petco Park. Should they have one
when we get to what, like 50 years, maybe you start to note some of these things. Stadiums and nowadays come and go, and so that's what makes Fenway so unique. That's what makes this place, Wrigley. That's over 100 years in some of those cases, in Wrigley's case and in Fenway's case, of history there. So I mean, there's a certain amount of time that has to go by, and the stadium has to make sure it's still around in order to do those type of things. And so
good points, guys. Good discussion.
Number 4.
Now I'm going to disappoint one of you in this next topic, and we're going to talk about the Yankees. They are 10-3 on the season, and the New York media is already done with Juan Soto walking instead of swinging the bat. Wednesday, the Yankees hosted the Marlins and found themselves down. I knew Tony.
Wait till you hear this, Tony. You're not going to believe it.
Wednesday, the Yankees hosted the Marlins and found themselves down 5-2 in the bottom of the 9th. Juan Soto was at the plate. Guys on first and second, 2 outs. With Judge next, who is 0 for 3 and now hitting 178 on the season. The first pitch, ball in the dirt. Second pitch, a strike near the middle of the zone. Pitches 3 and 4, balls in the dirt. Fifth pitch was a strike on the upper outside corner. Then the last pitch was a ball in the dirt. He didn't even swing the bat once, which is what we're going to be talking about. Judge came up and promptly flied out to end the game. Here is Sal Licata of WFAN on our sister station in New York talking about this.
Took everything looking. We'll get into that in a second.
So wait, let's get into it now. Hold on, Rich, hold on.
Thank you for the call, Rich.
Get into what?
Is he looking for a walk? Soto's looking for. Now I love Juan Soto.
Yeah.
And John Harper, my colleague at SNY, correctly predicted I would at some point go nuts about Soto looking for a walk. A walk is not as good as a hit. And when you have Judge struggling and you got the pitcher on the ropes, you got first and second in a spot right there where you need to do damage. You're Juan Soto. You need to do damage, not draw a walk. And Juan Soto's looking for a walk. Swing the bat, bro. That's what you want to get paid. Swing the bat.
It goes on, so you can go to WFAN on Twitter if you want to.
Can you tell Tony the width of my smile right now?
Tony, Chris is very happy about this.
I'm not very happy.
When was this?
This was either this morning or
Wednesday?
yesterday.
Yeah,
this actual thing was Wednesday in the bottom of the 9th. Yes.
Yeah.
And so
it took them 13 games in New York to start losing their minds over this.
Yes. Now, Tony, we talked about this here on this show, but isn't he now the guy who has to swing the bat?
Oh my God! I can't believe we're having this conversation.
I know.
This is Sal Licata sparking this.
I don't care who it is, Sal Licata or whoever Licata. I didn't see the pitches. If you're gonna have this reaction, these balls need to be right down.
I can tell you, I told Chris the 2 strikes were called strikes, and they were inside the zone according to.
They were in the
tracker.
zone, but that doesn't mean they were.
That's not what I asked
pitches.
you.
Right.
Right. For the reaction that Sal and yourself have about this. Are the pitches like right down the middle?
One of them was. The other was.
See, I don't believe you at all. I'm gonna go back and look.
I'll send you the text I sent. I'll send you the text. So
either way, this is a little ridiculous, is it not?
It's crazy ridiculous that is the response for him walking. I might even be willing to be like, you know what, if we're like in July. And we know where kind of everybody is in terms of swinging the bat. Okay, I might be able to give you that. But on April, this would have been 10th of the season. We're already like, you need to swing the bat. The team is, what's the record again? It's
10-3.
10-3. Like,
and he's one of the reasons
Sal.
they're 10-3.
Sal.
Sal and all of New York radio would drive any of us crazy. And this is what it's all about there, though, Tony. And this is why we said, to Juan Soto, basically on his way out of town, be careful what you wish for, because you might just get it. And in New York, they're going to love you. They're going to build you up. They're going to put you on the side of buildings. They're also going to react like this when you walk with 2 men on in the bottom of the 9th inning, even though you've got
Aaron Judge,
one of the best players in the history of the game, on deck. And you don't want to get yourself out swinging at a bad pitch. So I'm not even going to be critical of Juan Soto at all. I'm just going to laugh because we knew this was going to happen, Tony, though. I mean, he's gonna make a mistake on the base pass, just like every other player, and they are going to drill him for about a month when that happens.
And I will say the balls that he took were legitimate balls, and he should not have swung at those pitches.
The 1-0 pitch that is down, but catches. Okay, that's the only pitch that I can understand you being like, he needs to swing the bat. But it was also 1-0. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the second pitch of the at bat.
Yeah.
That's
the other strike was a borderline strike.
Yeah, the other strike is on the top of the zone outside corner.
I said that.
But this is New York. This is it. Welcome to your playground, Juan.
Definitely be careful what you wish for, but this is nonsense. Regardless of whether you are careful or not.
We got to get Sal on the show out here just to rile everybody up one day.
I mean, I don't want Tony to fight him.
Sal, you need to swing the bat. Knock it off.
I like how he says, swing the bat, bro.
Swing the bat, bro.
You gotta walk. You can't be walking.
You want to get paid.
Again, July, when people got like 250 at bats at this point, okay, I might be able to buy that. Not April 10th.
I agree with you.
I love it.
Stop it, Chris. You're poking the bear right now. SNY's from one New York baseball team to the other. SNY's Keith Hernandez, a former All-Star for the Mets and Cardinals, he never really shies away from giving his opinion. We've actually talked about him in the Big Five a couple times in the past, and that trend continued during yesterday afternoon's broadcast on SNY between the Mets and the Braves. Here is what they were talking about.
They will not come back here, the Mets, until the final road trip of the season.
Final week of the year. They're now going to play 3 games here in late September after the rainout was moved to September 26th.
Thanks to that glorious decision to play all the American League teams and cut back 5 games, 2 series, home and away in division. Just do not understand that one bit.
Well, it's created more travel, less familiarity for the fans with the teams that you're competing with, and fewer head-to-head meetings to decide the division, which is a huge piece.
So there you go. That was on SNY. He do not understand.
You do not understand it. And I'd also like to hear what Sal's response was.
Oh,
Juan Soto's looking for a walk, bro.
Announce the game, bro.
Chris, are they crying or do they have a point?
Oh, I don't know that they're crying at all. And Tony's going to speak to this better because he's the one that has to travel more.
He's the broadcaster.
That's for sure. But my thinking has always been that what they had, in the recent years leading up to the last couple of years was about perfect. I enjoyed getting to play the Dodgers and the Giants and even, unfortunately the Rockies, but whatever. I enjoyed having a few extra games against those teams. I think it built up the rivalry. Fans tend to get a little more excited about those matchups. And I didn't need to see the Yankees and the Red Sox every other year because that means I also see the Royals and the Tigers every other year. And it wasn't imperative. I thought playing, 4 or 5 teams each year from the American League gave us a nice little taste of it, and that was plenty. So but I don't know that they're crying. But I kind of agree with them.
Okay. All right. What do you think, Tony? Do you think they have a point or are they crying?
I think they kind of have a point. And, Jesse and I were talking about this maybe last year. We checked in with each other at the end of the year, beginning of this year. I don't know how I feel about the new schedule. I really don't. It definitely, obviously, the travel part is the travel part. I might joke around with it, but it doesn't bother me all that much. But I do think there's something to play in your division and knowing those guys in your division like that. And it's the same thing with us. We won't see the Giants until September as well after playing them, the first couple series of the year. So I don't know if I like that. Now, listen, I don't think it's going to change anytime soon, but I certainly don't know. And I know we had a record number of, people coming through the turnstiles last year. If that keeps up, it's going to be tough to continue to make this argument. But I kind of like, even though that means I got to go to Colorado a few more times and watch some of those games at altitude. I still kind of like knowing your division a little bit more.
Yeah. And I don't know that, and I don't think you can make a direct line comparison and say, well, the reason there was more fans last year is because you played all the teams.
That's true.
It just happened in my mind that there was great attendance last year. So
I do like them bringing the Yankees to town more often.
I know, but if you do that, you got to bring the Royals too. And that's the whole point. Everybody says interleague, people would always say interleague play is great because you get to see the Yankees and the Red Sox. But nobody ever says interleague play is great because you get to see the Mariners, and we always got to see the Mariners.
But
you know what I mean?
It's a natural rival.
But you know what I'm saying here. You have to see all the American League teams, not just the, quote, good ones. And I'd rather see the Giants and Dodgers again.
And it kind of left something for the imagination, right? It was rotating. You get the AL West, you get the AL Central,
I like
you get
that.
the AL East. I kind of like that, but we don't have it. But I certainly don't think they're crying about it. I think there's some good points about having it that way.
Did you know the new nickname for Rob Manfred on Twitter is Manfraud? Rob Manfraud.
Why is he a fraud?
I don't know. People just love to.
I don't know if I like that.
I am not Manfraud.
Poor guy.
Number 2.
All right. We've talked about the transfer portal so much, but I don't think we've ever talked about a guy who hasn't even played college football yet transferring twice or entering the transfer portal. But USC true freshman offensive lineman Jason Zandamela plans to enter the NCAA transfer portal. He told On3 last night. The 6'3", 300-pound offensive lineman from Clearwater, Florida, was ranked as one of the top offensive linemen in the 2024 cycle, according to industry rankings. Now, here's where I'm going to go with this, Tony, because he committed to USC. He hasn't gone there yet, but now he's transferring to another school. Would you advise your own child to stay with their original decision?
Not like absolutely 100% without any, question. I would say no. But depending on the circumstance, I think that you entertain it. I don't know exactly this. This is the second time this student has decided to transfer or be in the portal. So I don't know if that speaks to, kind of a pattern. But I think in a perfect world, assuming coach doesn't leave, I would like my child to stay put and kind of work through it. It's not necessarily supposed to be easy. Now, you exhaust all avenues in terms of staying and it's not working out. Okay, then you entertain it. But I don't want it to be, at least from as a father for my children, I don't want them just to bounce because it got a little tough.
Yeah.
In year one,
Yeah, for sure. Chris, I know you don't have any kids, but what would you advise someone close to you?
Well, I like what Tony said. I mean, I think, you don't bounce every time something gets a little rough. Having said that, I can understand why a lot of kids would commit somewhere and then leave. For example, if you committed to the University of Kentucky to play basketball, why should you have to go there now?
Yeah.
John Calipari is no longer there.
Right.
One last thing on this. I think the transfer portal system is broke. I don't have a solution for it. I like the fact that kids have the ability to move around, but I think it's gotten a little bit crazy and out of hand.
Yes.
And I don't have enough time probably to even suggest what they could do differently. You
can do a podcast about that if you want.
I don't know that. Thank you.
I was waiting for the rejection, but
I don't know that maybe sitting out a year isn't the world's worst thing. Again, and I know that that's putting toothpaste back in the tube. And if you transfer 2 or 3 times, maybe you can get a couple extra years of eligibility to sit out. But I think something's got to slow this down a little, Tony. I mean, these kids have no. Not everybody, but a lot of these kids have no loyalty at all to the program they're playing in. And I think it makes it difficult on coaches and the universities too.
Yeah.
So
they'll come. I think it sounds like they're trying to come up with something that is, a deterrence from just hopping into the portal. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe you still have to sit out a year, but you don't use that year of eligibility.
Yeah. Maybe they can do that. I don't know.
I don't know how that whole thing. I don't know who's going to make that decision, but I certainly agree. It's definitely not working the way it should.
Although it does have one of the coolest names out there, Transfer Portal.
You like
that's
that?
Pretty awesome.
I'm glad you like that.
Like it makes me think that they just jump into a portal and then they end up somewhere.
Yeah, we
else.
got you. We got you.
Oh, you do? You
got
want me to explain it a little bit
No.
more, Chris? Okay.
No need.
Number 1.
The portal usually has like an oval shape to it.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
Stars and hyperspace.
Interesting.
No. Francisco Lindor is having a really tough start to the Mets season. Currently, he is 5 for 51 with a homer and 2 RBIs on the season. And recently, we talked about Lindor's wife receiving threats because of this, and none of us agree with that in any sort of way. But this, I think we can debate. Mets fans are pretty split right now with how to handle Lindor tonight when they return home. A fan group even tried to spread the word to give him a standing ovation to show him that he is supported. Other fans are like, no way, he's getting booed. So, Chris, would you boo or cheer Lindor if you were a Mets fan?
I would cheer him. I mean, I don't even need to go here. There was somebody, and Tony, I don't know if you remember, it might have been with the Phillies.
Trey Turner.
Thank you. All right.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's a great example of it. This guy was having a major tough time, and the Philly fans, of all people, gave him an ovation and made him feel at home, and he snapped out of it and started slugging the ball all over the ballpark. I'm not saying that's the only reason why. But if you're a Met fan, a true Met fan, you root for Francisco Lindor as long as he's on your squad. And that means through good times and bad times. Now, you can say you're upset, you can be disgruntled, and man, my goodness. But I think it's totally ridiculous. And this notion that his wife is getting threatening texts and emails and things.
Yeah, it's terrible.
We have gone bananas in this society, and this is just another example of that. Not only that, Francisco Lindor has a pretty good proven track record, Tony, and I'd be willing to stick with this guy for a little more than 50 at bats. He's pretty good normally.
Tony, your question is, I know you're going to boo him, so how loud would you boo him? I'm just kidding. What do you have to say about this?
Listen, I don't think it should. I don't think
KWFN and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
This is Manny Machado.
Lined and caught at third by Machado. The Padres play here on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Program they're playing in, and I think it makes it difficult on coaches and the universities too.
Yeah,
So-
they'll have to. They need to. They'll come. I think that it sounds like they're trying to come up with something that is, a deterrence from just hopping into the
Right.
portal. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe you still have to sit out a year, but you don't use that year of eligibility.
Yeah. Maybe they can do that. I don't know.
I don't know how that whole thing. I don't know who's going to make that decision, but I certainly agree. It's definitely not working the way it should.
Although it does have one of the coolest names out there, Transfer Portal.
You
I think
like
that's
that.
pretty awesome.
I'm glad you like that.
Like, it makes me think that they just jump into a portal and then they end up somewhere.
Yeah, we
else.
got you. We got you.
Oh, you
Yeah,
do?
we
You
got
want me
you.
to explain it a little bit
No,
more, Chris? Okay.
no need.
Yeah, we got
The portal usually has like an oval shape to it.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
Stars and hyperspace.
Interesting.
I got it.
No. Francisco Lindor is having a really tough start to the Mets season. Currently, he is 5 for 51 with a homer and 2 RBIs on the season. And recently, we talked about Lindor's wife receiving threats because of this, and none of us agree with that in any sort of way. But this, I think we can debate. Mets fans are pretty split right now with how to handle Lindor tonight when they return home. A fan group even tried to spread the word to give him a standing ovation to show him that he is supported. Other fans are like, no way, he's getting booed. So, Chris, would you
No
boo
way.
or
He's
cheer
getting booed.
Lindor if you were a Mets fan?
I would cheer him. I mean, this is I don't even need to go here. There was somebody, and Tony, I don't know if you remember, it might have been with the Phillies.
Trey Turner.
Thank you. All right.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's a great example of it. This guy was having a major tough time, and the Philly fans, of all people, gave him an ovation and made him feel at home, and he snapped out of it and started slugging the ball all over the ballpark. I'm not saying that's the only reason why. But if you're a Met fan, a true Met fan, you root for Francisco Lindor as long as he's on your squad. And that means through the good times and bad times. Now, you can say you're upset, you can be disgruntled, and man, my goodness. But I think it's totally ridiculous. And this notion that his wife is getting threatening texts and emails and things.
Yeah, it's terrible.
We have gone bananas in this society, and this is just another example of that. Not only that, Francisco Lindor has a pretty good proven track record, Tony, and I'd be willing to stick with this guy for a little more than 50 at bats. He's pretty good normally.
Tony, your question is, I know you're going to boo him, so how loud would you boo him? I'm just kidding. What do you have to say about this?
Listen, I don't think the whole stadium should boo him. But if there are some folks that feel the need to boo, it's kind of part of being the best player on a high profile team, right? I don't think everybody should. I think those who want to should, those who don't should, and should do what they do, and I think that'll kind of be what it is. You definitely shouldn't be giving up on Francisco. As Chris said, his track record is quite lengthy in terms of being a dude that gets it going. 51 at bats is just crazy to me again. So
I think Tony becomes more annoyed with the fans' overreaction each year.
I'm not even annoyed. It's just crazy. Like, why go through this every year?
I wonder. Yeah, we do go
You-
through it every year.
I
I
am the
wonder.
one.
I wonder if somebody could go out there and find a 50 at bat representation anywhere through his career, and see what the biggest slump your dad Tony had over a 50 game span.
I'll look it up.
I bet you he had a 10 for 50 in there, or even less.
Oh, for sure.
Even less. 10 for 50 would still be a 200 average. I bet he had an 8 for 50 somewhere in there. He's one of the greatest hitters in the history of the sport.
I'll see if I can find that information. We'll give that to you on the other side if I can, and then we'll get you set for tonight's game. Joe Musgrove still in the happy hour, so that's all I had on 97.3 The Fan.
Tommy Bahama Miramonte is an oasis in the heart of it all, a destination to escape, where you are inspired to soak up life's simple pleasures and celebrate its greatest moments. Escape in style and relax in luxury. Tommy Bahama Miramonte.
You may have heard about living kidney donations. Maybe you know someone whose future depends on finding a donor. What you don't know is there's a list of 615 San Diegans waiting for a kidney at Sharp Healthcare. 615. Women and men, fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, from students to grandparents, each living day to day, waiting for the life-changing call. But kidney donations are easier than you may think. From a friend, a family member, even from a complete stranger, like you. At Sharp, the transplant team is absolutely first class. Adults can donate at any age, and you'll live normally, except for the privilege of forever knowing you saved a life. Learn more at sharp.com/givelife. 615 San Diegans are hoping you will.
Tune in to Smart Investing Show every Saturday morning at 8 right here on 97.3 The Fan. You will learn how to become a smarter investor and how to invest for the long term. If you miss a show, you can always listen to our podcast on smartinvesting2000.com.
The views expressed are not those of Odyssey or The Fan.
Are you ready for the April attack with the San Diego Legion, your Major League Rugby Western Conference champions, on April 14th and April 21st at Snapdragon Stadium? Whether you're a hardcore rugby fan or new to the game, you're in for a thrilling, action-packed experience. Enjoy free giveaways, tailgating, live music, pro clinics, and more. Experience the energy and raw power of professional rugby at Snapdragon Stadium on April 14th and April 21st. Secure your tickets at sdlegion.com. That's sdlegion.com. We are Legion.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
The workday is coming to an end.
It is 5 o'clock. I will see you all tomorrow.
But Gwynn and Chris are just getting started.
Sports talk it is.
Your hosts, Tony Gwynn Jr.
Man, my dad used to come home with those double beef and cheddars with the barbecue sauce that they used to come with it. Douse it up.
And Chris Ello.
Yow!
It's time to get you up to speed on all things sports.
Yes!
With plenty of nonsense in between.
Oh, look! Here comes our fearless producer!
Gwynn and Chris starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, the whole program has gone cattywampus. We welcome you into the final hour of the show, although I guess it's about the final 52 minutes. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr. in Los Angeles, getting set for Padres, Dodgers. Matt Skraby turning the show into a veritable mishmash of timing and tape delays. What'd you do over there? I don't even understand what happened last segment.
Do we want the technical explanation for everybody out there?
No, just give us the layman's explanation, which was you up.
No, okay.
Isn't that the layman's explanation?
Yeah, it is. But basically, I always have to explain myself, Chris.
All right, explain yourself.
There's a legal ID that is, we call it hard synced. So no matter what is happening on the air, the legal ID is going to take over at 59:45.
So that messed up our...
I usually have to move it if we're not going to hit it on time, and I did not move it, so it thought we were going we were at the right time, so it did that. And then I decided I was going to let everybody hear the rest of the Big Five, so I wanted to play it, and I picked the wrong spot, so we went back in time a little bit.
We did. We actually heard the tail end of the Big Five twice.
I'm sorry about that, everybody.
All right, everybody stayed with us, I hope, because we got a really good final 52 minutes ahead, including our visit with Joe Musgrove, who now, after your latest mess up over there, your latest guffaw, kind of happy that he punked you earlier today. He had a very funny bit about Skraby. Excuse me, you'll hear it at the bottom of this hour. Joe Musgrove, our Friar Friday guest, getting a pretty good one in on Skraby earlier today.
I haven't done that, and I haven't done that big of a guffaw in quite some time.
That was a big guffaw.
Guffaw,
whatever.
I haven't even gotten a text from Adam yet, which is kind of worries me a little bit.
I know. I hope he's not off
he's
the
like
grid.
that angry at me that he
no,
can't
he's
text
just
me?
off the grid. He
Okay.
must be off the
All
grid. Also coming up in this hour, my top 3 good things that have happened for the Padres so far. Sorry, but I also have to have my bottom 3 things that have happened to the Padres so far. Okay. Top 3, bottom 3 coming up soon. But while we were away and while we were doing the Big Five 1 3/4 times, Skraby was at least making good on a promise, which was you were going to find out what the lowest number of hits Tony Gwynn Sr. ever had in a 50 at-bat span.
Yes.
Because the final subject of the Big Five today was the Met fans are going crazy mad over Francisco Lindor being 5 for 51 to open the season. And they're thinking of booing him and throwing stuff at him, and God knows what they've threatened to his poor wife.
Yeah, no.
And so I brought up,
she posted the pictures of what they threatened, and it was disgusting.
It was pretty sad. It really is sad. I mean, like Mets fans, those Mets fans really ought to be ashamed of themselves, seriously. But I said, 5 out of 50 is not good, but I bet you Tony Gwynn Sr. even had, a stretch that was similar, maybe not quite that bad.
So
and what'd you find?
So I went to StatHead and I searched this. This was my search parameters. I had to put in a span of games. So it says in a span of 15 games in the regular season requiring 50 at-bats, the least amount of hits he's had in 50 at-bats or had in 50 at-bats in his career was started on May 29th, 1988.
Okay.
And he went 8 for 50.
Tony Gwynn Sr.
Yes. Over a 15 games period, he went 8 for 50. He actually, if you put it in the plate appearances, he went 8 for 64.
8 for 64.
But he
plate
walked 10
appearances.
times, so
he had some walks. So 8 for 50. That's Tony Gwynn Sr.
Yes.
So we're talking about the greatest hitter of our generation. 8 for 50.
Yeah.
So Francisco Lindor is not that far off of that. So please, Mets fans, get a hold of yourselves out there. The other part of the Big Five that was absolutely hilarious today were those guys in New York ripping Juan Soto for having the audacity to take a walk in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Swing the bat, bro.
Swing the bat, bro. But I guarantee you that there are many San Diego listeners who heard that segment and who all nodded their heads knowingly and said, yeah, we couldn't stand that too, bro. Juan Soto walks too much. He doesn't drive the ball when you've got to drive in runs. I just think it's crazy that it's taken them it took us at least half of a season for us to start getting mad at Juan Soto around here. It's taken the Yankee fans 13 games to start getting on his case, and their record is 10-3. Imagine if their record was 3-10.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get into it with anyone, but I decided I was going to dip my toe in those waters. And so I commented on it and I said, basically, this is a crazy take, but just wait. Or this is not a crazy take, just wait.
Yeah.
Padres fans saw it all last year. And then I got into a conversation with some Yankees fans. And it was actually a civil conversation on Twitter, which is like the weirdest thing in the world.
That doesn't happen
But
often.
they're like, his clutch stats are great. His stats are great. What are you talking about? And I said, trust me, I feel like a crazy person for saying this, but there will be a point in this season where you're like, why did he walk instead of try to swing the bat?
Well, so far this season, I'm not looking at BABIP And I'm not looking at all of the stupid analytical stuff, but I am looking at the fact that Juan Soto's off to a pretty good start.
A really good start.
Right, for the Yankees.
I mean, really good start.
He's even made a couple of big defensive plays. I haven't seen him run the wrong way on the bases yet.
No, not yet.
Although I expect that'll happen soon. But yeah, so far Juan Soto's OPS is 1,008 for the Yankees. Not as good as Jurickson Profar's is with the Padres, though.
No, that's true.
Jurickson's is better than that. 1,012 Jurickson Profar's OPS. So we knew what we were doing when we sent Juan Soto packing.
Yes.
We opened up a spot for Jurickson Profar.
It is the weirdest thing in the world that, like, for someone who gets on base so much, there is a complaint about it. But you know what? Someone pointed out to me in my DMs earlier. Hey, weren't you the guy who was saying it's okay that he walked? Yeah, I was that guy. And now that he's not on the team anymore, I can maybe take a little bit.
It's fun to sit back and now let it be someone else's issue.
Yeah, let it be someone else's issue, and also kind of like reevaluate your thoughts on it.
Yeah, Soto's walked 11 times total already this year. All right, we'll take a quick timeout where we had to catch up here. When we come back, though, 3 best things, 3 worst things about the Padres' first 15 games of the season. Also still to come, Joe Musgrove. Skraby was speechless.
Yep.
So you'll hear that coming up soon after traffic.
From the
Skinny Crisello here, getting ready for another fun weekend, looking trim, getting compliments, and feeling great. 37 pounds later, thanks to SD Fat Loss. Lost the weight last summer, and this terrific diet just helped me get it done. And even better, it's helped me keep the weight off. Great maintenance program as well. Here's even better news now, though. If you call SD Fat Loss now and get this program and mention my name, all you have to do is say Crisello. You'll get $200 off the cost. $200. I'm saving you that just for mentioning my name. Crisello. That's all you have to do. But, of course, you have to call. 858-665-3211. That's 858-665-3211. Or go online at sdfatloss.com. Get yourself a free private weight loss consultation. Find out the secret of losing up to a pound of fat every day, safely, naturally, and effectively. You don't have to count calories. You don't have to exercise. Best of yet, you don't have to eat those pre-packaged meals. 858-665-3211. Hello? Yes, it's me. I'm mentioning the name Crisello. You just saved $200. SD Fat Loss. Give them a call. Don't wait around any longer. You've got nothing to lose but the weight itself. All right, welcome back. 5:22 is the time. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby, Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan. Sam Levitt. It's such a big April series that Sam Levitt is in Los Angeles. He's on site for tonight's first game. 3-game series, Padres and Dodgers. Padres are 1-1 against the Dodgers so far this year. You may recall those 2 games in South Korea that were played in the middle of the night a few weeks ago. Padres have not won a season series from the Dodgers since 2010. Let that sink in for a second. 2010. They've lost 13 consecutive years in the regular season series to the Dodgers. And most of the time, it's not really even close, by the way. It's usually, 13 wins to 5 or something like that. Anyway, Padres, hopefully they can get it turned. Here's the best way to look at this 3-game series. If the Padres sweep it, they'll move into a tie for first place with LA in the National League West. We can dream, can't we? Tonight, Michael King starts against Yoshi Yamamoto.
This is why I'm so excited about the matchup tonight.
You are excited.
I want to see Yoshi go down, and I want to see Michael King continue what he did last Saturday in San Francisco.
2-0 for Michael King at the start. Well done. Got one of those wins in Korea over the Dodgers.
Yes.
He was the winning pitcher in that game.
Michael King was?
Yes, he was. Took over in relief from No Joe.
Oh. I thought, anyway.
Speaking of No Joe, he'll be on the program in about 10 minutes.
This hour is brought to you by Prize Picks. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details. Cash in on basketball's big moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Use code KWFN for a first deposit match up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Must be in certain states or must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skraby.
You're so welcome.
Here are the what do you want? The top 3 things that have happened with the Padres so far. Bottom 3, or do you want to go back and
negative.
forth?
I like
back
that.
And forth.
I like that.
All right, number 3, bad thing.
Let me get some music.
I don't know that bad's the fair word. Just say number 3, concern. All right.
Okay.
Negative side.
Okay.
I'm going to put Hassan Kim there. Just, he's off to a slow start.
He is.
He's not playing Gold Glove shortstop yet.
He's making really uncharacteristic
mistakes. He's not hitting the ball well. Is he pressing because he's playing shortstop? Is he upset because they didn't give him the new contract? I don't think any of it's true. I just think he's going through a bad stretch. I hope it is anyway.
I think he's pressing because he's trying to get a new contract.
Maybe. Could be that.
That's a good one, Chris.
I don't know, but that's my number 3 concern right now, Hassan Kim. My number 3, really happy about, go with Robert Suarez.
Yeah.
I don't know that, I was 100% convinced that Suarez was going to be the closer, locked down, get me to the 9th inning, feel good about winning the game every time guy. But so far, right, 4 times, 4 saves.
Yep.
He's got 1 4-out save. He's got 1 5-out save. He's been throwing strikes. He's been getting ahead.
Fastballs.
The only run he gave up was a who cares home run to Michael Conforto in the home opener. Suarez has been really good, and to have that 9th inning, at least to this point, locked down, that's nice.
It is nice.
All right, number 2 on the here's what I'm concerned about list, the lack of any kind of consistency here with the offense. We've pointed out the fact that they've scored 80 runs. That's second most in baseball. The Dodgers have scored 81. That gives you an idea how, in a lot of ways, good the offense has been. But if you take a deeper dive, you find that they've had a lot of those 7-run innings, 5-run innings, 4-run innings. They've had more of those than any team in baseball. But they've also had long stretches where they have not done anything.
Like on Saturday, they hit a grand slam, and then they didn't score again the rest of the day.
Until Sunday.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to put 9 runs up every game. That's not realistic either. But they just recently went through a stretch where they had 56 of 57 innings in which they did not score more than 1 run.
I get a little nervous about this one because of the scar tissue of last year. It felt like last year, whenever they scored a lot of runs, the next couple games, there was a huge drought in runs.
Well, they got 10 on Wednesday. You better not be right.
I better
that
not
means
be right.
tonight
You're
there's going to
right.
be a drought.
You're right.
All right, inconsistency offense has not been there on a regular basis yet. Here's number 2 on what's really good so far. RISP.
RISPECT.
Yeah. Runners in scoring position. They were the worst team in baseball last year hitting with runners in scoring position. In fact, they were almost historically bad. Like, I don't remember what it was, but like their RISP last year was as bad like as any team has been. They could never get a hit.
Trust me, we all know.
Yeah, we brought it up 1,000 times.
And we also watched it.
Now, this year, guess what? They're still hitting 307 with runners in scoring position.
That's awesome.
That's not going to hold up,
No.
but it's a great start and a whole bunch better than it was last year. RISP. All right, my number one concern, and I think this is legit so far, the bullpen ahead of Robert Suarez. We've got to get this squared away. We've got to get, I think, better roles defined. I don't know that means that the same guy has to pitch the 7th and 8th every time. But honestly, I'd feel better about that than what I do now, which is when that gate opens, I don't know who's coming in. And also when that gate opens, I don't know that who's coming in is going to be getting anybody out.
There's a couple guys, yeah.
Bullpen's ERA is over 5, and that's with Robert Suarez in it. Matsui's done okay. Peralta's been okay.
Yeah. Kolek has not been.
They don't have a right-handed reliever that I trust worth a darn.
Yeah, Burrito,
other than
Kolek.
Suarez, of course.
Yeah.
So the bullpen's got to get shaped up. You can't. Tony and I have mentioned this a bunch of times. This year's team does not have the same on-paper talent as last year, which means that you don't have as big a room for error, which means when you forge yourself a lead, bullpen can't cough it up. And too often it's been they don't get that first guy out. They come in with a walk. They come in with, Kolek, the example, he gave up the grand slam on the first batter. But you got to come out of that bullpen and take over command right away. Not seeing that yet.
Derek on the chat says Yuki Matsui is cooking. We bring him in too early. And I kind of feel the same way. I would like for him to go a little bit later. He's one of the better relievers that they have right now. I don't use him in the 6th when
Derek,
you can use him in the 8th.
It's not a bad point. I think sometimes, though, Schilt feels like the 6th and 7th is when you got to get those outs.
Okay.
Anyway, bullpen needs to be figured out. And then we'll finish with the number one bright spot of the Padres so far this year. Got a guess?
Jake Cronenworth.
No.
Brighter
than that.
Brighter. Oh, Luis Campusano.
Brighter than that.
Brighter. Fernando?
Brighter than him.
Brighter. Who's brighter? Oh, Jackson Merrill.
Nope.
I've literally named every good thing about the team.
No, you haven't. You haven't named the brightest star of them all so far.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to get this. Oh, Jurickson Profar.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's it.
He's got a 10-12 OPS. That is 300 points higher basically than his career. I mean, the guy is on fire. He's coming off a 3-for-3 single-double home run, 3 RBI game the other day. Can't be stopped. Come on, Jurickson. Keep it going, baby.
I picked him for my daily fantasy lineup today because of his.
Oh, boy. That's a risk, but good luck.
Anthony says could be better, but the ERA, but we also dropped Tim Hill and Garcia. Can't get any worse than that. Last year it was tough with Luis Garcia and Tim Hill. Tim Hill did some great things.
They took out Avila today. Pedro Avila, if you're just tuning in, was DFA'd, and they brought in Adrian Morejon. All right, we're bringing in Joe Musgrove. And, our interviews with Joe are always great, always fun, always special. But this one takes the cake. You'll see why when we come back on Gwynn and Chris. All right, don't go too far. Joe Musgrove, our visit with him is coming up in, 4 or 5 minutes. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby, whom Joe Musgrove punked very nicely. You'll hear that in just a few minutes. Skraby's heart is barely started, and that happened like 3 hours ago now. He's still barely back.
Honestly did stop.
Masters round 2 is complete. Scotty Scheffler, Max Homa, Bryson DeChambeau are your leaders. They're all at 6 under par. Nikolai Helgad, looks like he's from Finland, maybe, if I'm reading the flag correctly.
Is it yellow and
no? Oh, it is red with a yellow cross. Let me see.
Red with the yellow cross.
Nicholas Hejgaard. He's from Denmark. Sorry, I missed my Scandinavian country by a few hundred miles.
How could you ever?
He's a Dane. He's 4 under anyway. He's 2 back. Colin Morikawa, Cam Davis, 3 back. Ludvig Aberg,
yeah.
He's 4 back. And then a bunch of guys are 5 back, including Cam Young, Cameron, and Cam Smith. Cam Smith's a former major winner. Your lookalike, Patrick Reed, is at even par, along with Xander Schauffele, 6 off the lead. Tiger Woods checks in at +1, which is, I think, pretty darn good for an octogenarian of his stature. It's 48.
Tiger
he's had like 500 injuries.
He broke a record
today.
Yes.
What was it?
It was Tiger
Don't come in
Woods.
hot and then not be able to back it up.
No, it was like he made the cut 26 straight times. Let me see.
I see.
Tiger Woods Masters cut.
That's all right. But Tiger made the cut. Koepka's at
24th straight cut.
24th straight year. Tiger Woods makes the cut. Yeah, he's pretty good at that course, but +1. So he's only 7 off the lead if you really want to dream. He's tied for 22nd place. Koepka's at 2 over. Mickelson faded right at the very end. Phil finished at 4 over, but did make the cut for the weekend.
I got to tell you, I love the Masters. It's like maybe one of my favorite.
You're not into it this year, though. You don't seem like you're into it at all.
Not at all.
Yeah, you have not been into it. Among those cut, by the way, Victor Hovland. You like him normally. He didn't make it. Jordan Spieth did not make the cut. I think that's Dustin Johnson. It's a little of a surprise, isn't it?
No, I mean
that's not Dustin Johnson.
No, these
missing the cut.
Well, by the way, Dustin Johnson has been telling everybody for like a month to watch out for him at the Masters.
Oh well,
they watched out and they missed him.
Yeah, he's gone.
These live guys, they're just not playing enough.
Stop it. Bryson DeChambeau is leading the tournament, and he's a live guy.
Let's see what happens over the weekend. But you're right, he is a live guy. But most of the live guys, it seems like, are not playing as well as they could.
All right. All right, we got Joe Musgrove coming up in about 5 minutes. Let's give you the latest thing that upsets us about Joe Musgrove's tormentor, Brian Kenny of ESPN. What did he do now?
I'm just trying to cue up the audio, but
there's audio for this. I didn't realize we even had audio.
No, here's the audio. So he was on MLB Network, and he and Ryan Dempster.
Oh, the dumpster.
The dumpster
fire.
Is he the one with the weird glove thing when he was pitching? Like he would
he did. He wiggled his glove around.
Well, they went head to head. It says in this thing, and teams that should be rebuilding according to Brian Kenny. So here we go.
Teams that should be rebuilding
according to Brian
tear it all down and start over.
Did a full rebuild, and it's paying off. Here are the teams that I say should be rebuilding, but are not. They're trying to, as they say, refuel the plane while it's in the air. Mets, Padres, Cardinals, all got their comeuppance last year. All are sort of rebuilding, but not really. And the Red Sox are always sort of rebuilding, but not really. And you're kind of stuck in between. I know there's a wild...
I've heard enough. I don't want to hear the guy
You don't want to
anymore.
hear his reasoning?
No, I don't care. I don't care what his reasoning is. Here's my reasoning. As long as you've got a good enough team to compete for a playoff spot in Major League Baseball, which the Padres do, and you can tell me that they got their comeuppance last year but they only missed the playoffs by 2 games. All right. As long as you've got a team that can compete for a playoff spot in Major League Baseball, you should be competing. And the reason for that is the Diamondbacks, the Rangers, and the year before that, the Phillies and the Astros. The Astros are the only one of those teams that came anywhere near to winning a division. The rest of them were not only wild cards, they were number 5 seeds and number 6 seeds. Barely into the playoffs.
Good point.
And then on into the World Series. Baseball is not set up in the playoffs to favor the teams that have the best record. Baseball is almost set up to favor the teams that barely get in because the other teams have to rest while you're playing. And if you can win that first round, as the Padres did 2 years ago, look out. Brian Kinney's an idiot. We already know that. I'll never think anything differently.
I'm not arguing.
He could have made the most perfect point of all time to support that claim, and I still would think he's an idiot.
Well,
so
the thing with
there.
this is like I honestly didn't go into his reasoning either because I just turned it off after I heard about the Padres. But why, like you said, why are you rebuilding a team that is able to make the playoffs? It just makes no sense.
Well, I mean, if you want to rebuild a team,
rebuild the Rockies.
The teams that need to be built, right? The Rockies, the A's, the White Sox.
Yeah, rebuild those
These
teams.
are teams that are horrible that need to be rebuilt.
Like the Mets, I think his reasoning behind the Mets being
Say whatever you want. The Mets
money.
the Mets could win the World Series this year. They
yeah,
could.
Yes, you're right.
Because all they have to do is get into the playoffs as a 6th seed.
Yeah, you're right.
The Padres can win the World Series this year. Brian
They
Kinney, idioto.
What about the Cardinals? He went on the list of Cardinals. Do you think they should rebuild?
I don't think any team should rebuild in baseball unless you're that far away from contending.
St. Louis is?
They are not. They had a terrible season last year.
Yeah.
But don't be surprised if they're not within 5 or 6 games of first place in that division this year. Plus, it's only April. So if you're rebuilding already, my goodness, that's sad.
I didn't want to bring this up earlier because I knew it would cause frayed feelings.
Well, I can't stand that guy. All right, here's a guy that I really, really like. Joe Musgrove. Did we check traffic yet?
We will.
Okay, we'll do that. Pay closest attention to the beginning of this interview because Skraby gets it bad.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Got an overturned crash northbound 15 at Market Street. It's got the fast lane blocked. South 15 at the South 5 connector. Stalled vehicle in middle lanes. Also westbound 8 at Severn off-ramp a collision. We saw this accident on East 52 before Mast Boulevard. It's got the fast lane blocked. Several vehicles involved. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Joe Musgrove joins us right now here on Gwynn and Chris. Joe, how are you today, my friend?
Gentlemen, what's going on? Before we get started, I just want to bring something to your attention. I don't know if Skraby mentioned anything to you guys, but his name is not being held in very high regard in the Padre clubhouse right now. He gave a lot of dudes in here the cold shoulder yesterday, and some guys just aren't happy about it. So
cold shoulder yesterday or the other day.
We heard about that.
We heard by guys, you mentioned that, Joe. It's funny you mentioned that because he said yesterday that he was in the area and he made reference to the fact that he didn't actually say hi. And I asked him, I was like, hey man, you were on the field and you actually didn't say hi to Joe while you were down. So apparently it wasn't just you. It was a lot more than just you.
It seems like it, man. You know, sad.
That's terrible.
You have no
Skraby.
idea how much I'm crawling out of my skin right now. But
Skraby, I'm messing with you, dude. You know what's funny, dude, is my mom actually called me yesterday. She loves the show. She listens to you guys daily. So she called me and she goes, I know you're going on the show tomorrow. You got to give Skraby some trash talk and wear him out a little bit.
I love it.
They're joking about it, but we love you, Skraby.
all right, thanks.
just
Thank
kidding,
you
dude.
very much.
That would be hilarious
That's
if Manny
awesome.
Machado and Fernando Tatis were over in the corner going, can you believe that guy won't even come over and say hi
I'm
to
just
us?
trying to stay out of the way, okay? I'm just trying to stay out of the way. But thank you for that. That was great. That was
Very
great.
good. Very good.
So what's going on, guys?
I don't know.
You
Go,
know,
Tony.
you're on the show. I guess we should be asking you questions as opposed to the other way around. So, you guys come here to Dodger Stadium. This place has not been very good to this ball club, this organization in quite some time. I mean, obviously it's early in the season, Joe, but I would imagine that you guys are tired of coming in here and getting your butts whooped.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is, brought to the surface by the fans and, the excitement of the series and whatnot. But, I just feel like we feel like a different team this year mentally. We feel like we're very confident and secure in the work that we've been putting in and where we're at as a group. So coming in here, it has a little bit different of a feeling. We just feel really good about where we're at and taking care of our business.
Joe, can you be a little more specific on some of the things that you're seeing from this ball club 15 games in that makes you believe, maybe you personally and the team believe that this season is going to be a whole lot more different than things turned out last year?
Yeah, I think just the overall engagement from the group as a whole, starting with Schulte, he's laid out a really good foundation for how things are going to go this season. He's put the right people in place. The staff has been incredible. They're here hours before any of us, prepping and getting things ready, always available to us. And guys are taking more ownership of their routines. There's a little bit more freedom in there to kind of create your own routine and do what you want. We have, daily sessions of these guys breaking down the game and, talking about where we can be better, definitely celebrating the good things. But, a lot of that comes from Schulte and his program from the top down. So it's been really good. On the pitching side, Ruben and Fritz and Petey that put together our reports and do the day-to-day stuff with us. They're dialed in. Everything's been running smooth. So I think now we're starting to settle into the regular routine after the trip to Korea and getting into the flow of the season. Things are going to continue to get sharper as we go.
I actually ran into Joe this morning, and it should be to nobody's surprise. He was already studying his next opponent. And Joe, for you, you kind of gotten off to a little bit of a slow start there, the first couple. I mean, just talk about the difficulties. And I know you're not here to make excuses, but again, having to try to set yourself up. You're going to Korea. You're coming back home. The season's kind of pausing. Then you're kind of ramping back up again for your next start. Was it difficult, even though you kind of knew it was ahead of you and you were actually healthy this year? Was it still difficult kind of getting yourself where you wanted to be, though?
Yeah, I mean, I think physically just getting there, mentally I felt really good about it. We were aware of this trip for a long time, so I had time to prepare, and you try to create your routine to be, ready a little bit sooner in the year. But, sometimes you just don't get the response from your body that you're hoping for. And, you haven't had the reps, to get the feel right and get everything dialed in. That's at least personally for me. So I feel good about it. I, mentally learned a lot from it. I learned a lot I learned a lot about, how impactful your self-talk is. There's a lot of hesitation going into that series for me, especially with the big layoff and, just a lot of questions. So, I feel like I learned a lot from it, and I feel like as we go here and get more consistent routine, I'm gonna start to sharpen up.
Joe Musgrove is with us. It's Friar Friday. We are always ecstatic to have Joe on. And Joe, this weekend you're not scheduled to start. So what is this weekend like for you? Tony said you're already preparing for Monday in Milwaukee. Can you over-prepare for anybody? And is it nice sometimes to just have a weekend where you know you're not going to play? Or is that trouble for you?
I mean, honestly, the most stressful days are the days between starts. Game day is your easiest day. I don't show up to the field until 3:30 on a game day, and it's pretty much just get ready to go pitch, and you get to go have fun. So these are the more stressful days for me throughout the the week between starts. But I love it, man. That's what I enjoy about it. Like Tony said, looking at film, that pretty much starts. And for Darvish, it's even another level. We'll finish a game on the road and we're on the bus to the airport, and he's already got the next team's footage up, and every flight he's on film. That guy he obsesses over it. But it does. I mean, for both of us, I feel it creates a lot of confidence in your game and gives you the ability to go out and trust your pitches when you know where the holes are. So a lot of that stuff, and then a lot of physical work, throwing our bullpens, getting our lifts in, doing all the stuff to physically be ready conditioning wise. So yeah, a lot more work going on between starts than the actual game day. That's kind of the light day and the fun day for us.
San Diego's own Joe Musgrove joins us here on Gwynn and Chris. And Joe, one of the things I've heard you speak about was trying to differentiate your curveball and the slider. It kind of has blended a little bit according to you. Talk a little bit about that process, because obviously you go to the off season, you have the time to kind of dissect it a little bit, but does that work continue on through the regular season as you get more and more starts under your belt?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm really happy with where the slider's at right now. I'm not, quite satisfied with my ability to locate it consistently like I could the old shape of my previous slider. And I used it a lot differently, the type of swings I can get and the counts that I can throw in it, because it's, more of a depthy slider and doesn't have as much carry off the plate. It tends to stay, in the zone and look like a hittable pitch a little bit longer. So I'm just kind of learning the ways of this thing, but I feel really good with it. I'm getting consistent action on it. Finally, I'm starting to be able to trust it to, the locations I'm going to. So, I still feel like I'm pitching a bit safe with it at times. I'm not as aggressive attacking in the zone with it, which I can be better at. I feel like I'm good with that with the curveball going in zone and out of zone, but that's going to continue to sharpen up. I'm working on it, daily out here. So I'm going to start to see some results soon.
Joe, I know that pitching is a bit of a fraternity in the sense that, you probably know a lot of these guys, not just your ball club, but others. And when you see the injuries to Spencer Strider, and then you see Valdez go on the 15 and Josiah Gray on the 15. And I mean, there's so many names, Garrett Cole coming back. Are you at all concerned as a starting pitcher about all of these injuries? I mean, I don't know how to fix all of this, but does it enter your mind at all? I mean, right now the Padres are pretty healthy, which is a good thing, but the rest of the division, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, the way guys are throwing the ball now, I mean, it's max effort, max intent. The pitches are breaking more than they ever have. They're faster than they ever have been. There's a lot of things that are contributing to the injuries. I don't know what it is. The pitch clock, the sticky stuff, and all the different ideas are probably a piece of it and a factor of it. I think mechanics are a big factor of it as well. But yeah, I don't know. There's not an answer to it, but you know what you're signing up for. It's a big risk you take. You get paid a lot of money to do, to do this for a living, and there's a responsibility that comes with it of taking care of your body. And there's plenty of guys that get hurt that do all those things right. So no one knows what's going on, man. You hope it's not you, to be honest.
Joe, I have to ask you, I mean, what is your opinion on that? Max effort versus maybe throttling back a little bit. What is your take on it?
I mean, I think it's all about efficiency. If your body moves properly and, you put yourself in good positions, it's hard to not go out there and try to throw as hard as you can. You're competing against the best hitters in the world. So I'm going to give you everything I have. I'm not going to hold anything back. It's very hard to manage that as a starter. Obviously you have to do it. You're obviously not going max effort every single pitch of the game, but you find spots in there to kind of dial it up a little bit, but you try to ultimately just raise your cruising speed, and like the level at which you can maintain for 100 plus pitches. So relievers are a little different. They can come out and kind of blow it out for an inning, and hopefully you're in that, 10 to 13 pitch range. But yeah, you see it in relievers, even as innings go on and they get longer, some guys tend to lose their stuff and fade. It's all conditioning and preparation. And I think the mental aspect of going into it, as a minor leaguer, you're hardly allowed over 7 innings and 100 pitches ever. So you get to the big leagues and you're just kind of trained and ingrained that this is where I start hitting the red line. So
Joe, last thing.
A lot of it could be mental, but yeah, that's it. Go ahead.
I think we've had confusion on when to jump in the past, because I think Skraby made a promo out of it one time and it was pretty funny. Last thing for me, you're not pitching today or this weekend, but can you just give us as fans, just a little idea what the scouting report is on the Dodgers? I mean, the big bad Dodgers. I mean, what just the general, without being too specific and giving anything away?
Yeah, I mean, they control the zone really well. They don't get into, bad counts often. And I think they thrive on the fear of the power in their lineup of getting ahead in counts and, letting pitchers work from behind and getting better and better pitches to hit throughout the night. So the key with us has always been to attack them, get ahead, control the counts. Statistically, they're a significantly, better team when they get in control of counts and they're working from advantage counts. So for us, it's get ahead, stay ahead, and then put them away when you have them at 2 strikes. We're trying to limit the 2-strike hits and the free bases.
You guys just got some jewels there from Joe. You can now have a little bit of idea of what's going on when the Padre pitchers are facing this Dodger lineup. Joe, as always, man, you're a wealth of knowledge. We appreciate you coming on and spending some time with us, man.
Always enjoy it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Joe.
Joe Musgrove there on Friar Friday, giving you the goods.
KWFN and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
Hey, this is Mike Schill.
What a play by Machado.
The Padres play here on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I got a new leader in the clubhouse for worst City Connect uniforms ever.
Who's that, Chris?
Welcome back to the program after that Joe Musgrove interview. Hope you enjoyed that. By the way, Skraby, your heart's okay finally. You got it restarted after Joe scared you with that notion that the clubhouse was upset with you.
Well,
that was really good on his
part. We
part.
told the story of me, and he walked in, and I looked at him, and I didn't say anything because I froze. Okay, I froze. Chris, you've been in these clubhouses. They're not like scary, but you do get nervous when you walk in.
You can, for sure, and you don't want to bother. I at least don't ever want to bother anybody.
Yeah,
so I understand what you're thinking. It doesn't seem like the kind of place where you know, walk past Manny Machado and you don't know him and you say, "Hey, Manny, Crisello, good to talk to you." He's not going to care probably, or you wouldn't think he would anyway.
Yeah, no.
So I could see why you would be the way you were, and then Joe, you know, got you pretty good today. So that was good.
And thanks to his mom for setting that whole thing up.
That's his mom.
It's incredible. She listens to the show every day.
And Tony Gwynn Jr. was in on it as well.
Oh, yeah.
He was laughing at you on the Zoom.
If you want to see the video, go to my Twitter at Matt Skraby, because you can see Tony realizing that the bit that he had planned and was in on is happening, and he's very excited about it.
He liked we both liked it. Very good. The ugliest City Connect uniforms the Phillies have taken over. I first of all, just imagine in your head the Phillies uniform. What color comes to mind? Scrape?
Red and white.
Red, gray,
white,
blue. Tiny little blue streak. Philly uniform tonight, new City Connect. Black softball pants with yellow trim and a light blue top.
It's very strange.
That's half light blue, half black. And the word Philly, it just says Philly.
Yeah, it does. It's very aggressive.
Is written, it's really aggressive. Like, I don't even get it. Really ugly. Sorry, Philly fans, but you guys outdid my previous, the previous worst is the Texas Rangers, I thought, in terms of City Connects.
They're not good either.
And the Colorado Rockies are my third least favorite. Like, the Rockies are green with mountains on them. Look,
people really like those ones, though.
Well, I don't.
Okay.
I don't like anything that looks like a softball uniform. And almost everything looks like a softball uniform when you wear dark pants.
No, it's true. And their
it
pants
looks pathetic.
Their pants, they're like Chris said, they're two-tone colors. And so on the top, it's like blue, and it fades into
the
black.
Phillies?
Yeah, and then it fades into yellow at the bottom. It's just weird.
They look really, really bad. We did luck out in San Diego because I know that ours were a little controversial at the beginning, but doesn't it seem like everybody kind of just in general likes ours now?
Yeah, I think so.
You know, I mean, there's probably a few haters left, but
yeah,
for the most part, the Padres City Connects, big hit, and I think that they're well received throughout baseball. But Phillies, I don't even like. They're brand new, but I don't think it's going to be like something to get, where time's going to help me get used to it. I think I'm going to pretty much automatically think these Philly uniforms are really ugly.
I have another way to describe them. If I were to go into MLB The Show and design uniforms for my team, which you can
do that, huh?
Or in the past you have been able to, that's what it would look like.
That's what you'd come up with?
Just something completely ugly.
Something disjointed.
Yes.
It's really weird. The helmet now has a blue and black Liberty Bell on it. It just, I don't know. It just doesn't. Anyway. All right.
Pirates, though.
Pirates are looking good. They're leading the Phillies tonight. Give me the story, because it made me mad earlier that you brought up that Christian Yelich left the game.
Oh.
Almost as if you're pleased
that
another one of my fantasy players is out. I've already lost Strider for the season.
I'm trying to keep our fantasy seasons.
Yeah, we got to keep it away from the listeners, because I don't think they really care.
No, they do actually. I've heard a lot because it helps them with their league with the guys we talk about. But Christian Yelich exited the game today with lower back discomfort.
Yeah, he'll be out for about a year. So
he's been
my luck continue. He's been great so far.
He's had an OPS over, I think, 1100.
When I first got him on the draft, I was like, yeah, I'm going to get rid of this. Christian Yelich is no good anymore. But let him play for a couple of weeks. He's been great, but now he's hurt.
Yeah.
I'm so unlucky sometimes on fantasy baseball.
I really, truly, I think you have a
bugs me.
good team. I've been watching your team. You're putting up stats, and so I am.
It's early.
I can't talk trash about your team.
And there's nothing to talk trash about in a week and a half. You don't know who's really good and who's not so good yet. You think you know, but you don't know.
I know that Juan Soto walks too much.
Oh man, you got to go back and hear that bit in the Big Five today. These guys in New York just destroying Juan Soto for having the audacity to walk with the tying runs on base in the bottom of the ninth inning the other night. I mean, these New York sports talk show hosts are going, I was going to say
bonkers.
Bonkers is good. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, hit the ball, bro. Swing the bat, bro. Juan Soto, we miss you.
We do.
I don't. A lot of people miss him. Not everybody. Some people do.
Great way to go into the weekend.
But
everybody.
he's got New York to keep him in shape now.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Padres Dodgers. Let's get some of these games, huh? Sam Levitt's got the pregame show in just a couple of seconds. Thanks to Joe Musgrove for joining us today. For Tony Gwynn Jr. and Mr. Skraby, Padres Dodgers. We'll be back Monday to wrap it all up for you. 2:00. Look for you then. Right here. San Diego's #1 sports talk station, 97.3 The Fan.